Hey, it's Poisson Variants, your VTuber math lover gamer and nonsense enjoyer. How is everybody doing today? I hope they are doing well. I hope you're all doing well. As I try and set up my charger. On you. Yes, I know you have a weird curve, but some people have to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. There you go. Alright, set up. As you may or may not recognize, this is the Beltmatic soundtrack, of course. It's kind of the only game I've played these past few days. Because I freaking love it. I guess I was playing some of what's it called, like Wushang Fallen Feathers. It's a Souls-like. It's fun. Where you play as a cool anime lady in China, I think. I don't really know Asian cultures well enough to make that distinction. But it's fun. It's interesting. It doesn't run super well on my PC because I still need a new one. New time. The back of my throat is all clogged up and I hate it. The reasoning for that is I was eating more peanut butter. just a minute ago. I was having a banana, and so I put a bunch of peanut butter on it, and then I ate the banana, and then I ate the peanut butter, and then at one point I dropped the banana, and I was sad. There was only a little bit of the banana left, but I dropped it, and so I had to throw out a piece of the banana. Which is a sad, sad day. A sad, sad happening. A saddening, sappening. Wait a minute. Yeah. The catnip awakened the love of peanut butter. Kind of. Admittedly, kind of. It's the first time I'd had peanut butter in forever, and so now I can't get enough of it. I just keep thinking about it, and I really want peanut butter candies now. Suboptimal banana consumption. It's true. It's true. Wow. I had to stop myself from saying that. You know what? No, fuck it. Yeah, I actually, you know what? I think better of it. Never mind. Not saying that. Not saying that. Okay. Yeah, suboptimal banana consumption. They'll just leave that statement at that. Yeah, it's earlier in the day, and I just walked like a mile, and so then I ate some, and so I have energy. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling okay. No, I'm feeling good. And I by recently, I mean yesterday, cleaned a bunch of stuff out of my room, which is nice. I had these bins that were full of like miscellaneous stuff. I had a bunch of stuff in my closet that I didn't need. I had a bunch of stuff under my bed that I didn't need. I gave like 2-3 stacks of manga and comics away to Goodwill, and so that was nice. Some of it is manga that I'm ashamed to have read, but I read it when I was like 15, 16, so. Hey Zeno, good to see you again. You reach peak banana consumption during your workout behind the Denny's. Wow, that's, you're not too far from the joke I was gonna make. Anyways, but yeah, no, so it was nice to get rid of a bunch of that manga. I gave some to Dago. They wanted some. The rest, though, just went to Goodwill. My brother got my Batman and Superman and Flash comics and all that I had collected over the years. I don't want those anymore. Not because I don't like them. It's just like, hey Kikado, welcome, good to see you. And it wasn't even like I didn't like most of that manga. It was just I had read it, and I'd prefer if someone else got to enjoy it. Because I used to be a person who kind of like held on to things for like for what I was under the impression, and maybe some people still do this. I know people do this because I know people who do this. People who hold on to stuff for sentimental value. I tend not to do that. I used to do that all the time, not because it actually had sentimental value to me. Like, the memories associated with the thing were nice, but it was just like, I was like, oh, I'm supposed to hold on to this stuff. When in reality, it's like, why am I holding on to this stuff? It's taking up so much space, but I'm supposed to be holding on to this stuff. So yeah, I was that, and then as I've gotten older, I've gotten much better. I'm just like, okay, there's no reason for me to hold on to this. Throw it away, give it away, whatever. Someone else can enjoy it, or maybe it's just recycling. You stopped collecting physical manga when you discovered online alternatives, and honestly, it sucks because you like having a physical book. Yeah, there is something about the brain registration. It's like why taking notes on physical paper is really good. And that's why actually like my iPad screen protector has a texture, so it reacts as if it were writing on paper. It's really nice. It has a better reception with your brain, studies have shown. Alive in my time zone, let's go. Yes. I'm finally live when you're not asleep, Kikado. And yeah, we will be talking about math later. I wanna stream for as long as I feel comfortable doing it today. But you have no emotions, just torturing Poisson and chess. Wow, thanks. I'm really bad at keeping everything, but a lot of that is because of maker-type projects. I usually have random junk in my room all the time. That's I think called hoarder mentality. No. No, I'm pretty good about getting rid of stuff, I feel. The thing is, I am also... It's weird. So, like, my dad... So, like, my great-grandmother was a crazy hoarder, and my grandmother... on my dad's side, was a hoarder, less so, but still a pretty big hoarder. And my dad has hoarder tendencies that he does his best to curb. And so I've always been aware of my potential hoarder tendencies, and So I've gotten comfortable with just throwing stuff away. You don't like you have nothing to say about this topic. Yeah, become a hoarder, and then you can join in on the conversation. You don't like throwing things away. It just feels so final. If you don't throw it away, you might have a use for it later. But my thing is, like, are you always gonna be worried? Are you gonna keep everything under the assumption that you will have a use for it later? That's a hoarder. that's a hoarder-esque tendency, I believe. And it's not like I just throw away everything. I do like to keep certain things, and there are certain things that do have sentimental value to me that I do hold on to. And what I'll generally do, if something has like sentimental value, I'll generally use it as like a decoration. So it's like, trying to think of something. Let me look around my room. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Because everything I have, I feel like I have a use for, like I use frequently. I guess the only thing I don't use frequently is I have my Switch and my DS. I don't use those frequently, but I still like, there's stuff I want to beat on them, and I know I will go back to beat them. Like SMT4 is on my DS, which is the only reason I still have that. When I finish that, I'll probably give my DS away. At the same time, you hate throwing things away. I get that, but I don't know. I think it's like a hurdle a lot of people have to overcome. But you also don't like to buy things. Maybe you're just like very minimalist. Did I never throw away some random eraser from like high school? Yes, but did I actually use it? It was the perfect size for mounting the USSR made tube for my DIY Geiger counter. I mean, that's a use, but I don't feel like it specifically was necessary for that. Oh, I want to see if this registers on the mic. Woo! That was good. I like Monster. This is an original flavored Mega Monster because I have very healthy tendencies. Did I walk a mile just to go buy a Monster before stream so that I would make sure I would have extra caffeine and energy? Yes. Is that a healthy decision? Excuse me. That was just the rabid tiger I keep in my room. The problem is that the stuff like that happens, and I'm like, wow, I'm so glad I didn't throw it away. I think I don't like holding on to stuff under the impression of what if what if I... I don't like it if the only thought is, oh, what if I use it for something later? I like it if the thought is, what if I use it for X thing later? If I can identify a specific use for it, then I'm fine with keeping it. But if the use is just like, oh, there's gonna be some use, then I don't feel a need generally to keep it. But to be fair, I'm also not like a DIY well, I don't know. I make use of what I have. Like, before I got this desk, my old desk, in order to fit my third monitor, I had 3 storage bins stacked on top of each other to create like a little tower that my third monitor would sit on. So like, I do that kind of stuff all the time. I use what I have, I make do with what I have. Instead of getting a new charging cable, what I did is I connected several charging cables that I had. So that's what I do. Locked a mouse sounds like a healthy decision. A broken Geiger counter can always be correct if you keep your room at a constant level of radiation. How do I do that? How do I consistently irradiate my room without losing any of it or without increasing it? You know what they say. Well, whatever I was gonna say actually doesn't make sense, because I didn't set up the joke. But no, because when something that's irradiating, it has a half-life, so in theory it wouldn't be constant, whatever. So it was just a wire that came loose. I feel like anything that survives or surrounds a Geiger counter breaking could have disastrous implications, but it didn't, so. Take what you can get. A full stream of only punchlines, no setup. Isn't there a comedian who did that? He did like an entire comedy show where he did the reverse, I think, where he like only did punchline setups without the punchline themselves. Some stuff has really long half-lives, so it effectively has constant decay. It's fine, you only have 10 radioactive sources in your dorm room. I'm curious as to what the radioactive sources are. Let me see. My phone, my computer, the window, so the sun. This can that the monster's in has probably been known to cause cancer in the state of California. My Yeti tumbler thing. That probably has been known to cause cancer in the state of California. iPad, probably been known to cause cancer in the state of California. AirPods, probably been known to cause cancer in the state of California. Anxiety and depression meds. Yeah, it's probably been known to cause cancer in the state of California. Or betting cat. You weren't counting any of the ones people were expecting, like so then what is causing all the potential radiation in your room? These are questions that I don't know if I want the answer to. I think it's better for me to just stay ignorant. Fluoxetine can cause your bones to turn green. That's crazy. That's awesome. I should get on fluoxetine. Just kidding. I already am on fluoxetine. You have 2 homemade antimatter generator. What? 2 homemade antimatter generators, a few smoke sensors ripped out from smoke alarms, some naturally radioactive pool chemicals, and some rubidium compounds from Poland. Yeah, I'm also curious about the homemade antimatter generator. How? How? Like, What did you do to construct a homemade antimatter generator? I was under a similar impression, Jay. Don't you need a ton of energy to do that? Am I crazy? Is it easy? You made one live on stream. That's awesome. I hope that VOD exists. Made a vid about it. Alright, that's close enough to a VOD. That's not what I want. Vids, VOD. Is it really? This is a great plug for your channel, because I gotta see how to do it then. That sounds awesome. I want an antimatter generator just on my desk. I don't know what I'd use it for, but be like, what's that? Oh, that's my homemade antimatter generator. For, you know, parties and stuff. If anything, it's a good conversation piece. But then again, that implies people are like entering my room regularly. Which they're not. I mean, that's in the same vein of like, we're having guests over, go clean your room. Made with a microwave, smoke alarm, and pesticides. Now it kind of sounds like you're trying to teach us how to make a pressure cooker bomb. Which, if you are, I mean, that is a more subtle way to approach it. But oh, I forgot to do this. I forgot to set up my note, because anti-hydrogen. I was thinking that too. I was thinking something very, very, yeah, particle accelerator requirement-esque. But it's cool if you say that. That's the thing. Like, how you phrase things is very important. I like to tell people that I got my 4-year college degree in 3 years, which is technically true, because it sounds impressive. And it's because I didn't have an AA when I went to college, but if you present it as such, then it sounds really, really cool. Okay, get PDF out of this. Export is a PDF. Doc. Just now know it's possible. I told someone a similar thing about finding Bigfoot. I don't get the appeal of finding like Bigfoot. Because wouldn't he just be a large monkey, basically? Is that really that amazing? Pardon my lack of Bigfoot excitement, I guess. Let's see. Are these notes? Alright, I have to see if I can understand the notes I made as prep for this stream. Because I did make some. I actually did prepare for once. And it's just like an intro to signal processing stuff. Wow, some of the colors I used hurt my freaking eyes. That's only a few pages. Fine. As long as I ramble, I can drag it out. Because there's not that many bipedal humans. It could be worse accidentally grew anthrax for a microenvironmental course. That's a great sentence to be like, Professor, I accidentally made anthrax. My high school chemistry teacher gave us the chemical. He wouldn't tell us how to do it, but he did give us the chemical compound for crystal meth. And so my friend and I, never mind. Because there's not that many intelligent, or bipedal humanoids, and if he's intelligent, then that's another intelligent species on Earth we may be able to communicate with. My thing is, like, if there's only one of them, kinda screwed. I don't know. That is so easy to make. Well, I'm gonna stop talking to protect my something. I can't think of a word. Protect my plausible deniability, I guess. That's the word. Plausible deniability. I need a fair amount. Who knows? Nobody knows the questionable choices I may or may not make in my free time. I feel like I make pretty good choices. I think. You have large amount. You accidentally made hydrogen sulfide gas. See, this is why DIY is so dangerous. Just never do anything DIY, because it will just spell horror and destruction for yourself and for everyone around you. No. Anyone who does those kinds of engineering stuff, I'm always, or like chemical stuff, basically anything. If you do anything, I'll be impressed. This is someone who has very low expectations for the world at large, but has very high expectations for themselves. Okay, but chlorine gas is easy to do. Everyone's made chlorine gas before. I think my great-grandmother almost killed herself by making chlorine gas. So that's fun. She lived. I mean, well, she's not alive anymore. But I think what killed her was old age. I think. It killed each of my grandparents. My grandmother on my dad's side died due to an infection that was caused by her weight. My grandpa on my dad's side is still alive. My grandpa on my mom's side left when she was like 3 years old. 5 years old? When she was really young. So she never really knew him. And then my grandmother on my mom's side died as a relation of basically lung cancer. But it wasn't lung cancer directly. She had lung cancer, and then like I don't know. That's a morbid topic. I got off track. Sorry about that. Old age is a weird name for chlorine gas. No, the chlorine gas didn't kill her. She just almost, I think she almost made it. And then, or did make it, and almost died because of it. That's fine. Right, how much pool water do I have to drink to lethal amounts of chlorine? Probably not that much, actually. You put a lot of chlorine in pool water. Because there was a lot of urine in pool water. Think about that while you're trying to kill yourself by drinking chlorine pool water. You'll just be drinking also massive amounts of urine of a wide populace. Which may or may not be your shtick. If so, no judgment, but that would not be my way to die. One survived until after you were born and then died of smoking. Well, at least you got to know they existed. It's the goal of humanity, to have existed. Is the chlorine in pool water poisonous? I imagine. Then again, maybe not, because it gets in our eyes a bunch. Real question. Real question is, how much urine do you need to drink to die? That's a good question, because it is toxic. PE pools can react with hypochlorites and pool chlorine to form trichloramine, which is a very sensitive explosive. This is fun. Good. This is a good fact to know for no reason. I was talking to my partner yesterday, and they're big into plants, and we were looking at a bunch of foliage, and I was like, every time I see a bunch of foliage together, I'm really tempted to just throw lit matches into it. And they were like, so those are your intrusive thoughts? And I was like, it's fine if I don't have matches on me. Like, History case? No. No, I will not do that. Speaking of though, that's a weird segue. But yes, in fact, speaking of, similar, closely enough related to, do you ever, like, people you were in high school with or something, and then there's, you like, see what they're up to now? Because apparently someone I went to high school with, it's crazy to like, my partner's scrolling Twitter and follows them, and they're like, oh, this person we went to high school with is just this is a video of them getting pissed on in the shower by their boyfriend. Yeah. How did the stream end up here? Where am I? Definitely not an arsonist. No. Fire is fun. The human desire to create fire saved us from our savage ways. I'm a noble soul. Of course, I am an innovator. Did they discover you were a VTuber? The only people who know I'm a VTuber are my family, my partner, my partner's family, some of my friends, and one of my coworkers. Which is the weirdest part. It is weird. It's like a bunch of people who are, you know, family, basically my second family, some very close friends, and then this one 40-year-old I see twice a week. We weren't allowed to have any open flames in the dorm room, but melting metal at a few thousand degrees technically is against the rules. Nah, the close friends who know I'm a VTuber, one of them's currently in France, 2 are in Colombia. Oh yeah, that's actually the only people who know. like I said, I think I've kept it pretty close to the chest. No one's figured it out. My secret goal, though, so one person who doesn't know, who I'm not gonna tell, yet, is my friend, and he's been one of my best friends since, I've told my parents, but my parents don't get it. They just know I do math video stuff, and they walk by my room and can hear me talking to people. But that's normal, so. Don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness for your potential arson. That's chemical reactions. Fine. Oh, so someone who doesn't know that I'm a VTuber is one of my best friends since I was like 5 years old, and he lives like literally across the street from me and has my whole life, or since I moved to this house, which happened when I was 3. So yeah, so since he lived across the street from me since I was like 3 years old, so like past 20 years I've known him. He doesn't know, but every so often he streams. My secret goal, my secret plan, is I really, really, really want to make, I want to get, like, my, my dream would be one day to get big enough where I, you know, have a few hundred people watching, and when he's streaming to, like, 2 people, which I can't really talk, but he's, you know, he doesn't really stream often or have anything sufficient set up, just to send them all over to him unexpectedly, and just for him to panic. It would make me so happy. And then I would do a dramatic reveal to him and he'd be like, huh? Cheese! It's Cheese, the one straight viewer. How are you doing, cheesy boy? You and your husband? How's your husband? How's Zeb? Listening to this music makes me want to, instead of talk about imaging, be more Beltmatic, but I can do that later. It was me, Dio. Exactly, that's gonna be my surprise twist to him. How can you not know what your husband's up to? You guys had such a powerful romance. That whole stream was voice crack. That whole stream was... The fact that whole stream became about the love story between you and Zeb was amazing. It just becomes you guys, like... When you two had that, like, anime moment and King of the Hill, when it's you two back-to-back fighting off everyone, yeah, it was amazing. The Cheese and Zeb husband moment as they fight off the hordes. He made me so happy. You haven't spoken to each other since... I think that's what we call a divorce, in the making, at least. Alright. Cheese is our local default settings human. You guys are such a power couple. It's great. Default settings human is such a great way to refer to him. I love it so much. Because I don't know if it's an insult or a compliment. Like, you're the correct version of us. Oh. Hi, Pulse Point. You just never changed out of factory settings. This is how I rolled out. That's what I'm gonna say instead of this is how God made me. This is how I rolled off the conveyor belt. Okay. Okay. I was manufactured this way. That's what I should do. Should make a cover of Lady Gaga's Born This Way, except it's built this way. And it's all from the point of view of, like, someone who is manufactured. What do you say, though? Because it's like... One of the lines is like... What is it? You're like... I'm beautiful this way because God makes no mistakes. And then it's like... But it wouldn't be God. It would be like freaking Elon, but I hate him, so someone else. Could be Bill, like Bill Gates. I was programmed this way. I don't know. 2000 hit and God just said, guess we doing queers now. That's my character roll. They won't let me re-roll. You need to go talk to the friggin' the skeleton for 100 gold. You can change your class. I haven't played Baldur's Gate in forever. I beat it once, and then it's such a long game that, like, I beat it, like, almost vanilla. I think they had done maybe one update right out the gate. Right out the Baldur's Gate. And then I never went back to it. I want to do another playthrough, but it's just so much. And I think... Excuse me. I think I would only enjoy the playthrough if I did it with, like, 3 other people. But try finding 3 adults who can line up their schedule enough to play an entire D&D campaign. And there's a reason that my D&D campaign that I'm in plays every other week, and that's actually every 3 weeks, and sometimes once a month, because people have adult schedules. Animation of Chibi Poisson rolling off a conveyor belt would go hard. You're right. You're right. I need to do this. I need to reach out. I need to reach out to my people. My people is didn't play it with the skeleton's big naturals mod mate. No, I did not. Sorry to disappoint. That's really funny. That's on the skeletons. This is completely unrelated. Okay. Completely unrelated. So I was told yesterday, so you know, the infamous classic piece of hilarity, also known colloquially as a joke, that says, why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. So I always thought the joke was, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? The joke, quote unquote, is nothing. Like, the joke is the fact that it did it. It's obvious why it did it. It subverts your expectations. That was, to my understanding, what the joke has always been. But apparently, the joke is that I don't know where this is implied. And I couldn't tell you where it's implied, but I was told this, so I'm taking this at face value. Apparently, the joke is that the chicken got hit by a car. And that's implied somewhere in the language of to get to the other side, like it wanted to get to the other side, as in past tense, a past tense desire, like somehow implying that it failed. I don't know. I don't get it. The person tried to explain it to me, and then I was like, but none of that makes sense. And then they're like, yeah, I don't really get it either. Where's the I don't understand the logic. The other side as in heaven? What? Is this an evil chicken? Trust me, listen. Listen. If hell is where all the gays end up, then hell is not just for evil people. Which has also always been a really funny thing to me. Like, if you're gay, you're gonna go to hell with all the other gay people. Alright. Never get turned down again. Which is not true. I hate that implication that, like, oh, if you're gay, then all men, you're attracted to all men. And it's like, if I'm straight, am I attracted to all women? And I think of that as a counter argument to people. And then I'm like, oh wait, there's a reason why straight men can't be friends with women. And that pisses me off. It's just a thing. I've heard people use the other side as a reference to the afterlife. I guess, but it feels like a stretch. It feels like a stretch to me. Because I don't think that's what people's brains naturally go to. And I think part of the joke is, like, you have to... Even if it's something you have to think about, I feel like it has to be a natural thought process. Your brain has to, like, naturally head in that direction. I shouldn't have to be explained what the joke is. God, the number of times that people assume that me being bi means I'm just attracted to all humans ever. Right? It's... Ugh. As a pancake sexual, I can say that, like, throughout all of, like, my schooling life, I was way better friends with girls than guys. Because guys are gross. And so I would always just click better with my female classmates. And then it's just like, yeah, okay. And so it got really annoying, because, like, in elementary school, I remember being made fun of, like, that's your girlfriend. And I was like, what? What? Kick out of, you're lurking, but you're in a friend's house? Wow. Imagine having friends. Imagine being attracted. Imagine being attractive. Shout out to men, for real, they don't get enough appreciation in this chat. No. I think there has to be an understanding. Yes, I am all in support of men's mental health. I'm fully in support, and I'm against toxic masculinity. I am also against people who are shit. If someone's a piece of shit, if someone's an asshole, if someone's gross, then I don't want to interact with you. Kato, you're my friend. I have friend. It finally happened. I finally have friend. Singular though. I hate when people see a boy having a friend who is a girl and go, oh, it's your girlfriend? Yeah, exactly. That is a large part of my schooling life. I barely remember my schooling life, but I remember stuff like that. It got to the point, and that's the thing, where it's it got to the point where I started misinterpreting my own feelings. And I think that's partially because I was, like, socially conditioned, basically, where I was getting along with girls. And I was like, dude, like, I wanted to be better friends with this person because I, like, a girl, because I got along with her. We clicked. I had friends. And, like, I was like, so I guess I like them? I guess I have a crush on this girl because I want to get along with her better? And then I was like, that feels weird. Because that wasn't the case at all. And so it was just, I don't know. It was to the point where it was just like, my own mental state was being like, I was friends with a girl and she was attractive, that you should have a crush. Right. It was the same thing where it's like, you're just under this assumption that what you're feeling towards this person, this version of liking someone, has to be a romantic kind of liking or an attracted to kind of liking. It's like, what if you just want to be friends with a person? What if you just get along with people? And it's like, I don't know. I've been getting along really, really well. Like, I for the other day, for the first time really in 2 years, I talk with my brother's girlfriend. Like, we get along fine, but and they've been dating for like 2 years, I think. The other day, for the first time, we were talking and we just like clicked, and we ended up talking like an hour and a half, and she was spending the night, and so I see her in the morning, and my brother hadn't come downstairs yet, and so she and I were just like sitting in the kitchen, talked for another hour and a half. We just like clicked. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, like by that logic, am I not allowed to be friends with my brother's girlfriend? Because it's a female that I click with, that I get really along with? The horror. And that sort of thing. And so it's not. Luckily you're arrow or ace, so you don't have the feeling, you don't have these problems. You are lucky. You are lucky. You don't have feelings to misinterpret. Got a lot of family problems. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's always rough. I had a lot of family problems when I was really young. And so even though I wasn't told explicitly what they were, I was aware of the tension in my family. And so it made me grow up with a really, really bad inferiority complex that I've never gotten rid of. So, like, I will always put myself last when it comes to stuff like self-help. I see myself as someone who just, and this is gonna sound trauma dumpy, but you know what? I'm a streamer, so I'm gonna do it. Y'all can't stop me. All viewers left. No, it's and this is not meant to be attention getting. This is just a statement of how my brain works. I want to preface with that. I do not believe that I have any actual worth due to the nature of how I grew up and the type of attention I was given, I guess, so to speak. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. When you're figuring out your sexuality, you would switch between identifying as bi or ace or straight. Now you just try not to label yourself. Exactly. There's no reason to give yourself a specific label. That's why I've never really done it. For the sake of clarity, if anyone asks, I just say pan, because what I am is attracted to people's personalities. I click with people, and then, like, before I ever date someone, I have to be insanely good friends with them. My partner is my best friend, bar none. That's just a fact. There is no one I like more in the world than them. You get back to your IRL friends. No, it's fair. That's fair. So really enjoy your time, Kikado. You thought you were ace for a good bit of high school rather than just bi because you didn't really know your romantic feelings since they weren't specific to boys or girls. That's fair. And the fact that I am glad that it's weird. There's a lot of people like to think of it as a trend. People of older generations like to think of it as a trend, I've noticed. And I think that's just because younger people didn't have the information to make those understandings about themselves. How many men who fought in World War II secretly wish they were women? We'll never know, but... Find it useful to have language like gay, straight, and ace, etc. But the reality of sexuality is legions more complicated. Oh, totally. It's just like category theory. Category theory helps us differentiate between numbers versus even and odd numbers versus fruits versus apples and bananas. but there's a ton of different apples, and every apple is individually unique. You can clone an apple, but the apple might grow in a different sense because it was grown in a slightly different environment. Is the way it is. So, yeah. And I appreciate when people understand that. It's also why I've never, like, come out ever to anyone. Like, I've never been like to my parents, I've never been like, Mom, Dad, I'm pansexual. First off, I don't think they would care. Second off, I don't care. I'm just, like, gonna be me. I'm gonna vibe with what I vibe with. I'm, like... I think my mom thinks I'm trans. I'm pretty sure my mom thinks I'm trans. Though she's never explicitly said it, and I don't think she ever will say it. Because, like, I'm growing my hair out, so it's gotten much longer than it has been in a long time, and it might be longer right now than it ever has been. And I own thigh highs, and I have a somewhat effeminate way of talking, and I have effeminate body language. But she also doesn't know how to handle any of that stuff. Like, she's supportive of all that stuff. She's supportive of LGBT. But I don't... She has, like, no way. She doesn't know how to deal with it. And she was, like, once talking to me about getting a haircut. And I was like, I just don't really like any popular guys' haircuts. Like, I like my hair to get longer, and I'm starting to style it. And we've started to bond on, like, painting nails and stuff and makeup. And it was just like... And she was like, well, you know, guys, she was like, guys have shorter hair, you know, and then she like, she like double tucked at me, and then she was like, or, what did she say? She was like, it's like guys, or it's like guys have to get their hair cut. Or whoever you are, you know, or whatever you identify as, you got to get your hair cut. She like double took at me as she looked at me. It was great, and I didn't react at all. And then when I left the room, I just started dying laughing. The eggshell grows thinner with each passing day. I don't know, man. Listen. Enough to the point the army had to point out guidelines on how to do drag shows. What? You had a very hard time screaming at, you know, do trans is a trend for having an hour in the pouring rain during a very botch coming out. I'm sorry, Zeno. That sucks. I don't understand why anyone should care. In the sense of, like, it's your life. It is your life. And for anyone who says you'll be treated differently, it's like, yeah, you're treating me differently now when you're screaming at me. So clearly not much is gonna change. The closest thing to coming out was telling your parents I was cis. Mom, Dad, I like the gender I was born with. I guess the sex I was born with. I'm sorry. Listen. I have to put something on screen because it's a fact. So my model's gonna freeze for a second while I go into my photos and then send it to my own Discord. Because it was in a manga I was reading. It's a panel I had seen before, but I never found the exact one. You would like to thank your mom for being an a-hole when you told her you were bi years and years ago. She was like, you're still a boy, right? And I just went, yeah. You're fluid. You're gender fluid, right, Zeno? I feel like I saw your video on that. when I was stalking your YouTube. That's the thing too, where it's like I am fine with my, how do I say it? I am fine with my gender. I'm fine with being male. Being male gendered. But I'm also like, I wear feminine stuff, and I know this. Hence the picture I'm about to put on stream. There you go. Because I was thinking about like what I want to do for Halloween. So fun fact, if anyone doesn't know, Halloween is actually my birthday. So I get to do whatever I want. And I really want to dress up in something extra femme. But I don't know what. I could just do like Cowboy Maid. But part of me also, so Cowboy Maid would be easiest. I kind of want to do Eve from Stellar Blade, but that would be expensive. I would have to like make my own from the ground up. And I'm not well versed in that. I'm not a very crafty, handsy person. So you came out on YouTube like the day you found you known for some kind. During World War II, guys would hold drag shows to boost morale. That's awesome. I take it back. They really were the greatest generation. That's really funny. You always want to cosplay, but I'm bad at crafts and have no money. I should really go. There's a Comic-Con that happens right near me every year that I should go to that I haven't gone to before, but I really want to go this year. I want to go dress up, and I want to do the whole shebang. I don't know what I would go as. If I'm going to Comic-Con, then I would probably spend the time and money to make Eve from Stellar Blade, but that would... Yeah, that's just a lot of work, and I wouldn't really know how to start. Yes, I would. Actually, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. You would just need like a skin-tight bodysuit, padded chest, some hair extensions, a really large hair clip thing for her sword. Hold on, this is totally doable. 1 second. Thought process for later. Conversation for later. You have money, but it's all going towards a secret nuclear YouTube series project you're having to email government agencies about. Heck yeah. Based. That's awesome. I love crazy crap like that. You have my respect for investing as such. I too. I know, I have to stop myself from investing in stupid stuff a lot of the time. Because I need to spend my money on better things, not stupid things. But I love stupid things. I love stupid things so much. Alright. I think it is finally time, over an hour into the stream, to do what's in the stream title. And guess what? It's all gonna be pretty simple, so I have a feeling that none of this will be a reveal to any of you. But I do want to cover the basics, because it's important to me. Alright. We can delete this. Let's switch over to here. Turn off that. Chat needs to exist. That is not what I'm supposed to be showing. You guys aren't supposed to see my notes. There you go. Image processing with the manga frame. So I'm not going to actually be doing any image processing. I'm going to be doing the theory behind image processing. Just a little bit of theory. An introduction to the theory of image processing. This bozo's got skills and passions you want to share with the community. Exactly. Like a true... Chat needs to exist. Exactly. Oops. That was supposed to be an A. I don't know what happened. An introduction. Well, it is going to be about image processing, but theory. Introduction to the mathematical theory behind image processing, starring, I think I spelled that right, Poisson, invariance, his iPad, the AirPlay, this is all the title, by the way, screen receiver app for Windows 10, an Apple Pencil V1, a large original flavored monster, an iPhone 14 Plus, I think that's what it's called, VTube Studio. I don't know why I'm going so long with this bit, but I don't know why I went that on for this. Anyways, this is the title. An introduction to the mathematical theory behind image processing, starring Poisson invariance, his iPad, the AirPlay screen receiver app for Windows 10, Apple Pencil V1, a large original flavored monster, an iPhone 14 Plus, and VTube Studio. The writer's strike hitting hard. Yeah, I have the original one, because I have like an iPad 4. So, yeah, you get all that, you get all that, that's... No, the plus is hidden behind my headphones. You guys are gonna think I'm poor. Okay, so enough of that dumb joke. Alright, first up. Want to be green. First up, we have to ask the question. What? Oh god, I'm gonna have to do... You guys are gonna have to suffer with my handwriting for this. What is a signal mathematically? Well, let's see. So, I like to think of the most basic form of a signal. You'll have to do CS theory. Used to do a lot more of it. Had a connection with the NSA, but can't talk about it anyways. I don't do much stuff. So that's one of the government agencies that you had to contact. So mathematically, a signal in its most basic form, and I'm going to do its most basic form first, is a one-dimensional vector over a period of time. I just realized this is how people... Oh, this will actually have to do friggin' classes as a... And so, in its kind of obvious visual, that is not the shape I was trying to make, probably because my iPad is sideways. Its most obvious visual. That's a beautiful line. You would have its intensity. Kind of versus time. This is pink so you guys can see it. Something. Signal. And if it looks familiar, that's good. Because... I'm sorry, that was a flashbang and a half on my screen. I hope it didn't hurt your guys' eyes. Because it's like this, you see, even if it has kind of sharp changes and whatnot, and even if the intensity were to actually go to 0, say we're not sending the signal, it just runs flatline for a minute and then hops back up, that's fine because it is still continuous, and we can pretty easily model it. Modeled as a function. All right. So, because we can model something as a function, surprise, surprise, that's useful. But more particularly, as an aside, something I want to mention briefly is, and I think I'm spelling this right, the Weierstrass approximation theorem. I guess I should write out theorem. I'm used to writing theorem as just like THM. Is intensity strictly positive? For this sake, we're gonna say, well, really, no. But in a way, yes. Let's say. Yes, because you can sort of set your bounds to always be positive, because a negative, when we invert colors and whatnot, it's not like negative 200, it's a difference that we take. So I'm gonna say yes. In this case, I can't say for sure. I don't actually know. Hold on a minute. I would say yes. Maybe I'm stupid. But we're gonna go with yes. Anyways, the Weierstrass approximation theorem. So, what that says is that assume, and this is just kind of an aside because this is a fun theorem, I find fun, that is useful to dealing with sort of any weird function. Okay? The Weierstrass approximation theorem says, suppose we have a function, an f of x. This implies that is continuous. I should write that out. I'm so used to abbreviating stuff for myself. Like continuous is that, function is that, theorem is that, definition is that. I don't know why, but it is. So if our function's continuous, think a signal with strictly positive intensity is isomorphic to a signal with real intensity. Proof is it seems like it would be. I like that idea. I'm gonna go with that. But you know, it's not relevant right now. I'm gonna go with that too. Math person trying not to abbreviate everything challenge. I know, I'm actually going to crash out. Gonna have such a struggle. So if our function is continuous, then the Weierstrass approximation theorem says that there exists... You guys are gonna have to learn what some of the symbols means if you don't know. I'm gonna write it down because I use these all the time. There exists This is implies. No, I don't do fn because fn in theory could be a function times n. So that's why I don't. Exists a polynomial in, say, P, and we're going to refer to that just as the set of polynomials. I don't know if you guys can like see this red very well, but I don't care. Implies that there exists a polynomial such that, God, I have to. The red on black's a little hard to read. Okay, that makes sense. Color. Yeah, the lighting is a bit different on my iPad. Then I forget just going through several different fields, so to speak. Oh, that is supposed to be white. And this means such that. So basically the distance between the function and a polynomial is less than epsilon, where epsilon is strictly greater than 0. Basically, what that means is, so if our function, we take our function up here, copy this down, paste. This function, there exists another function that runs arbitrarily close to it. And I'm fine with this not being directly on top of it. Where the furthest distance, and we'll say the furthest distance is like right here. The furthest distance is epsilon. So basically, it just says that as long as there is, as long as the function's continuous, oh, I should probably label some of this stuff too. Pink is f of x. White is p of x. All in all, what it's saying, I can create or find some polynomial that will be arbitrarily close. In other words, as long as my signal is continuous, no matter how messy it may be, there does exist a polynomial, and so I can find ways to match that signal. In other words, what it's the main takeaway and the main implication that I like to think of it is that signals we can do calculus, if I can remember how to spell, on signals. That's kind of our main takeaway of this aside. Why is that relevant? You'll see. And so this doesn't necessarily mean that all calculus functions will be viable, but it means that when we get into stuff later, like signal denoising or changing pitch and whatnot, you can utilize stuff like a Fourier transform on the function in order to do stuff ultimately like change pitch or denoise. you can use a Fourier transform because it's continuous. You can create this polynomial, you can modify the polynomial, you can create a very similar polynomial, and guess what? Computers are really fast at that. So it's really useful. And the reason why that's relevant, you think like, oh, wouldn't every function, wouldn't in theory you be able to do that with kind of everything? And the thing is, not necessarily everything, because if we look at this is an example, this is another, I'm gonna call it, it will also be quiet, or it won't be quiet, no. This I'll just call aside 2. So if we look at, so what I was saying, you might think that like, oh, isn't that obvious? Or like, what functions wouldn't we be able to do that kind of stuff on? Because there are continuous functions that calculus is essentially useless for. And here is an example of one. So in theory, you could model this as a signal. And so this is actually, I guess, a signal where it would be kind of useless and you would be able to do calculus reasonably. So this is kind of what the, not even kind of, the stock market. One of the reasons the stock market is so volatile, and you have your own branch of financial mathematics that center around stuff like stocks, is because traditional values, not that's not what I meant to say. Oh my god. That's right, financial mathematics is only for conservatives. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, financial mathematics says that you can only a man and a woman can engage in marital congress. Oh my god. Okay, so it falls apart with using calculus or conventional methods because it does this. And so you might think, well, yeah, this is, you know, this, pretend this doesn't loop back on itself ever. You might think, well, yeah, but that isn't too crazy from what you do, or from that. But the thing is, or that's not too crazy from our signal, or that's messy, whatever. The thing about the stock market is that, and I want to specify this stuff, and why it's, like I said, it's its own field of mathematics. A divorced woman cannot do calculus on Sundays. Listen, financial mathematics says divorced woman can't even exist. That's what traditional values say, so. Basically, no matter how far you zoom in, the stock market mirrors something called Brownian motion. And I forget how to spell that. Where basically, no matter how far you zoom in, it's always going to be fuzzy. No matter how far you zoom in, it's always going to look like this. It never smooths out. Let me figure out how to spell it so then I can write it somewhere. That's how I spell it. Brownian motion. So it essentially says that no matter how far we zoom in, we'll never smooth out, so we can't do calculus because we can never actually find a place to draw a tangent line. There's no place that I can cleanly draw a tangent line on this, because it's always zoomed in further and further and further and further and further and further, and it just sucks. And this is why the stock market fails. Atoms also follow Brownian motion. Yeah, because it's really just this erratic sort of... the best way to describe it is random. It's this erratic, unpredictable, and so the reason, like we say, follows, you can predict stock market trends because I can predict that this section will go down. I can predict that this section will continue to go up based off, other factors. But in reality, I go down and then up and then down and then up and then down and then up and then down and then up. And so the individual moments are... You can only draw secant lines because the man point them. I love that we're just doubling down on this traditional values joke. So I have to write the Brownian motion. Oh. Traditional. You guys get to see what my handwriting looks like in its most stellar form. It's awful. It's so bad. Because only I need to know what I say. If I want to do anything professionally or like look nice, I type it up. Alright, eating. A tangent line. A tangent line only has one point, which is gay, so no tangent lines. I'm gonna add this. I'm also gonna add these like notes PDFs. I'm gonna post these notes PDF in the Discord. And for anyone who looks at it after the fact will be so confused. Because there's just gonna be a chunk. Tangent lines. Gotta add that. Are gay, which implies implies that there does not exist tangent lines in Brownian motion. Do you think this is acceptable as like a theory, as a proof for a proof? Anyways. Just... I didn't do it. You're proud to have contributed to the field of signal propagation? Like the same Brownian motion that can be seen under a microscope? Yeah, exactly. This is like the stock market. The stock market, we were saying, Danny, mirrors Brownian motion. So it's erratic and essentially random, and why you can't predict it. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and solvable differential equations. That's amazing. It's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. So, that was just an aside stuff about Weierstrass is the reason you're like an example of why we can use calculus. And then this was just about how the stock market is only follows traditional values. So now, Adam and Eve, but I should do a cosplay with my partner where they're Adam as an Adam Jensen from Deus Ex, and then I'm Eve, but Eve from Stellar Blade. We're Adam and Eve. It's perfect. And just so you know, Eve in that game, her name is all caps, so please use that correctly. Thank you. God, some people. All right. So let's go back to this idea that we have a 1D signal. God, this music's so infectious. It's Adam Jensen and the Eve Project. It's the cosplay. So, sorry, there was a hair. 1D signal. So we're f of x. What if we want to do something to that signal? This is the actual processing of image processing. It starts with things like filters. So, oh god, that keeps flashbanging. Let's define a filter, if I can remember how to spell, psi. So psi we'll use to alter the signal. Alter the signal f of x in some way. And this is the crux of what we'll be talking about. And I'm only on page 2. Oh god. Just kidding. And it works kind of exactly as you think it would work. So if we have a function, then we're just gonna do a function of a function. And, you know, we assume that f of x equals, I'm gonna write this down here. If we assume that f of x equals y, then we can basically just use psi of y. It's exactly what you're thinking. Years to take psi as a wave function. Guess what? This time, f of x. Tough luck, buddy. You have to deal with it today. So, we're filtering in that way. And an example of that, because examples help people in more direct ways, what would a type of filter be? Because this is something, and the reason I want to say that is just because, like, when I was first learning about image processing, one of the things that got me is that I would get thrown a lot of theory, but then it wasn't really explained beyond the mathematics, and I was just like, so what is this actually supposed to do? All right, so let f of x, again, or let's just f, sorry, f be our signal. Then, do you guys ever do that? See how I, like, got fancy with how I was writing for anti-former physics major, but now physics minor discrimination? We don't talk about physics here, except in that one physics video I did, but I don't really know physics, so I don't know if when I do more of them, because I will do more of the physics ones at some point, it's just like, that I have to learn. So, but we're gonna let psi be the mean on our function f from I to I plus n, where, and we're like this. That whole thing is in between here. All right. So basically it's just saying for a chunk of the signal, that's like the Snapchat ones. Yeah, exactly. Those types of filters. Actually, not even wrong. So what this is going to give us then is that if we do psi of f of x of I through f of x of I plus n, so we're doing psi, we're taking a function, a chunk of our signal, And then we're filtering that chunk of the signal. That's gonna be the same as I plus N. I have the urge to play Skyrim right now. I have no idea why. I just got the urge to play Skyrim for the first time in forever. So basically, all it's done mathematically, flashbang, is everything from... Can you guys see my eyes like dashing to my other monitor to look at my notes so I can replicate exactly what I was saying? Has... This says hey. That definitely says hey. Has been replaced. I don't write with, by the way. I write w/. I also write because, like that. I don't know why. It's just my note-taking that seeps into the way I regularly write things now. When I type, I'll type out with, and I'll type out because. Like that. But I'll always capitalize I's. And I'll always write out the word you. Your. I'll use the correct your. And the correct there. That's relevant to what I was talking about. Anyways, everything from f of x of I to f of x of I plus n has been replaced with an average. I have to write out average because I'm used to writing AVG. Of the signal in that section. So basically, this is a type of smoothing. What it essentially does is we're taking just kind of everything, and we're saying, we're just gonna make everything close enough in these chunks. And generally, when you do smoothing, you're gonna do it in a way that it's if you go too large, if you're taking too large of an average, or large of an area, so you want the distance from I to I plus N to be less than a certain value. And this is like a parameter you have to search for. You must tune. Because if you don't tune that, if you don't search for your correct alpha, then you're going to get a smooth image that is everything's average. You're just getting an average from all the colors across the image. If you do it too small, then your averages will be nothing. Your averages will just average alongside noise and whatnot, and then it just makes everything gross, or not affect the image really in a significant way at all. It depends on what you're doing too. Sometimes it can be better to over smooth than under smooth. If I just need general shapes, if I just need general large shapes, then it's fine. If I need details, that's where I have to tune a bit more. All right, so that's just general signals, but we have to then ask the question, what? That definitely says what is an image. All right, we talked about signals, and an image is just a signal. An image is just a multi-dimensional signal. Multi-dimensional. I never write, my notes don't have dimensional. I just have dim. Signal. And the thing is, you'll generally find it in 2D, 3D, or 4D. All those image types, or all those images, dimensions, show up in those types pretty commonly. Like it's not uncommon to get a 4-dimensional image, which is really funny to say out loud, because you want to treat it like a 4-dimensional matrix. So if you have 2 dimensions, that's pretty simple, you know, like that. This is your first dimension. It's your 1D. It's your 2D. Generally, actually, this is generally 1D and this is 2D, but say I transposed it. You can't say I didn't. You can't prove I didn't. I didn't specify. So, at me, fight me, bite me, additional me, I don't know. But yeah, so a 2D image is exactly what you'd expect. A 3D image, this one isn't too large of a jump, so I assume this might be common. This was common knowledge to me. I don't know what is and isn't common knowledge to people, especially STEM people. I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know where you're going. Don't know where you come from. Cotton Eye Joeing. So a 3D image is gonna be, this is a good example. R, G, B. So in this case, the 3D image refers to our different spaces. Transposes you. Sorry, only my partner can do that. So 3D image will refer to kind of, I don't know, multiple color spaces is a good example of it. Such as, that would be such as ones you probably know, RGB. Another one, oops, that's pretty common, HSV. I think also, if I'm remembering, hold on. I never used this one, so I have to remember if that's the right, yes. CYMK. Isn't the color dimension different since it's discrete though? So the reason we treat it as a 3D image, and I'll get to that in a moment, is because we end up sometimes working with them differently. We sometimes work with color channels separately from one another. We sometimes want to work with them all together. And so it's essentially 3 grayscale images, but we do want to think of it sometimes as a 3-dimensional object. But for the sake of things, we generally convert it into either 1 2D object or 3 2D objects. Another one you guys might not know that I didn't know for a while until I used it is the LAB color space. And then finally, 40. Where did YB? I don't actually know what that is. What is that? What'd you say? Y C or lowercase b C R. All right, let's look at this. What is this color space? Y C B E C R. Is a digital model that separates. Yeah, let's look at the Wikipedia page. Oh. YCBCR, also written as YCBCR or Y transpose CBCR. Ligma ass color, look ass boy. Are the chroma or color components. Is a family of color spaces used as part of color image pipeline digital and video photography systems. It's based on RGB primaries. The two are generally equivalent, with YPVPR is intended for digital video. Oh, so why not Y prime is the Luma component. CB and CR are the blue difference and red difference chroma components. Luma prime is distinguished from luminance, just Y, meaning that light intensity is not linearly encoded based on gamma-corrected RGB primaries. Y prime CBR color spaces are defined by a mathematical coordinate transform from an associated RGB primaries and white point. If the underlying RGB color space is absolute, the Y prime CBR CBCR color space is an absolute color space as well. Conversely, if the RGB space is ill-defined, so is Y prime CBCR. The transformation is defined in equations. Cool, I did not know about this. Whoa. That's cool. Do chroma subsampling. I didn't know about that. That's awesome. Are you guys liking the constant soundtrack from Beltmatic? Like, you store the luma or brightness component normally, but the chroma component is in very low resolution to save space and the human eye doesn't care. Oh, that is cool. So it's useful, that's why you do it for like video, or why it's useful for like digital video, is because it's something that's designed to be viewed. But if it's something that's designed not to be viewed by the human eye, say you're trying to apply it to a machine learning model, then it's probably gonna take different inputs. Why use different color spaces? Because they measure different things. So, for example, this RGB is gonna show up my red, green, and blue. It's gonna show up as 3 different. Each color channel is gonna be kind of a different image that, when put together, make this. This is splitting it up in a different way. Use saturation and value. One way you can think about it is look at the number. What's the number with a lot of factors? 64. 8 and 8. I could do that. Or I could have 64 breakdown 32 and 2. Or I could have 64 breakdown, and this is actually relevant to the Beltmatic game, is 16 and 4. I may need to use the 16, I may need to use the 8, I may need to use the 2, and I get information from the 2 because it's prime, or I get information from the 16 and the 4 because they're both squares, or I get information from the 2 8s because they're the same. So I'm breaking it down a bunch of different ways, but I'm using them. I need them, each one for a different reason, but when I smack it all together, it's all gonna give me back to 64. I feel like that's a good way to explain it. That's a really good metaphor. Thank you. I appreciate that. So that's, I feel like, the best way that I can describe it. Because RGB is like color, literal colors that our computer reads it by. HSV is hue, saturation, and value, different scales that it reads it by. And so if you split something up into RGB versus split something up into HSV, you're going to get 2 different sets of 3 images. And so a good example is, like, in my work, I found that HSV is oftentimes better for identifying like individual nuclei in like cell tissue. Being able to identify nuclei is easier with the HSV color space versus an RGB color space. Because even if it's RGB, like, there is a stacked level of color, and so everything kind of gets fuzzy, gets like combined to make it, but the intensity of a nuclei is generally much greater than certain cell tissue. And so you have this really like bright colored cell tissue that, or is like not bright, this very this like pink cell tissue, so it's close to white, and so it has a lot of different color combinations, and then this like dark nuclei which pops out to us because it's so saturated. If that makes sense. Oh. Average boys, let's just. I'm looking at sorry. I was looking at the Discord. All right. So now I didn't know about that though. YCBCR. I'm gonna keep that in mind. And then finally, so this one shows up in a few different places, but a 4-dimensional image. And as a note, no, I'm not drawing 4D. But it can show up in a few different ways. So the way that you're probably used to seeing it is the alpha or the transparency value. If you've ever had to like do a color picker, sometimes color pickers will have a tuple, and the tuple will say, you know, 0 or 10, 253, 44, 17, and this one's R, G, that's a G, G, B, and then alpha. Not uncommon. A different way it can show up, though, is actually in, again, this is going to relate to biology, in histology images. And so you can get a 4D image where the first 3 dimensions are, so we have 3 dimensions, you know, 1, that's a beautiful, 1, 2, 3, where we have like color spaces. And then the 4th dimension is actually the level, where it's the level of zoom, or it's sort of the level of, what's the word? Like detail. So it's like level 1 is this size, or sorry, level 2, we start down and then go upward, or the biggest, the most defined will be 0. Say this is at level 2. It's still in the, whereas level 3, or sorry, whereas level 1 be a bit bigger. It would actually be probably 4 times as big. So this would be level 1. And then finally level 0 is the uncompressed image. And it's gonna be like 16 times larger. So it's, you know, this isn't working. Flashbang. You know, it's this big thing that, like you had talked about with the video, it's gonna take up way more space, and the detail to the human eye oftentimes can be negligible. But it's detail that's really important to stuff like feature extraction, to computation. And yes, it takes significantly longer to load and to store and to compute with, but it's very useful. So like all of the like feature extraction that I've done on histology images and whatnot, I would do that at level 0. I would do that on level 0 images, because that's just the most effective way to get information out of them. But if I'm adding something to a PowerPoint, I would just take level 2 images. A fraction of the computing time, a fraction of the computing cost. It's just the, yeah. But yeah, so that's another kind of weird way that the 4th dimension exists for imaging. And I'm sure there are more. Oh. Another thing about these is that even though it's a 4th dimension, because they're a special type of file, a lot of code can't read them in traditionally. Like, lots of basic imaging libraries cannot read them. Because they're specifically designed around histology libraries. Whereas this 4D image, the like 4D with the alpha, that'll get read in by any imaging library. As long as it's, you know, a usable image format. I actually don't... How many easy imaging libraries can read like SVG? Like vector-based files? Because those are more expensive. And less common, so... Sorry, I'm burping a ton because of the monster, so I'm having to hide that. But, at the end of the day, for imaging, or for image processing, we almost always, this is what I was mentioning earlier, always convert to 2D. So this can mean a few different things. It can be individual channels, or it can be great. It can be a grayscale. And the reason for that is that 2D matrices are easy, are simple. And like, say I want to run through an entire matrix. If I want to run through an n by n, you know, I want a big O of n squared. I don't want a big O of n cubed. I don't want a big O of n to the fourth. So I'll take this, even if that's not computationally efficient, it's more computationally efficient than either of those. All right. Just a little bit of code stuff, because guess what? Image processing, you're gonna need some code. By image processing, I mean the entire field of modern mathematics, you're gonna need some code. So if we have an RGB image, like I said, we're probably gonna do one of two things. We're gonna take individual channels, which if I'm using like Python syntax, say I have R is gonna just be like the image array. And then you're just gonna take the first channel. Green, image array. It's crazy to me that there are people who don't realize that they have to, like, there are people in the math programs at colleges, like when I got my bachelor's, who didn't realize that they would have to do programming. Anyways, so this is exactly what you think. Can I repeat everything I said in the last half hour? Sure. So, nothing. If you left after this part, I basically just explained how 4D images can work pretty easily. And there's a few different ways. RGB with the alpha. And then there's a histology version, which is different scales of detail. And there's probably more, I don't know. But for the most part, you just end up converting everything to 2D. So like I said, this is Python syntax. Pretty standard. But say we want to convert to grayscale, which is the other way. Then we're going to go ahead and utilize a grayscale equation. Now, there are a number of grayscale equations, and much like color spaces, they all have different uses. They all have different things. They all have different applications. The most common one you'll see, though, is this one. So if I want to make a gray image, then I'm going to take my red channel. We're going to multiply it by 0.299. Oh, what are the first two colons? These just mean everything. This is just saying everything in the first dimension, everything in the second dimension. To basically say the only thing we want is we want the entire image, but we're only going to be taking that channel. So in other words, we're taking a two-dimensional chunk of this 3D image. But, oh, if we're converting to grayscale, this is kind of going to be our most common equation. 0.587, blue, 0.114. And this normalizes. It helps that a large portion of histology focus on just like one color. Yes. Yes. Lots of tissue is... lots of tissue is pink. But also, H&E staining. After H&E staining, this is going to be another aside. I don't want to talk about this. Side 3. So H&E staining, this is about biology, so this is mildly related. Allows the nuclei to essentially stand out, is a good way to say it. Because that's what we generally care about. It stains things differently, and then these images are what we analyze. Little aside, not really relevant, but relevant to the four-dimensional thing. But so if we have a grace, so this is common, or probably our most common, I believe, common grayscale equation. And what that essentially does is we've scaled everything down. As I'm getting on, you can see how I add more and more just like nonsense, because I just start like around, because this is how my brain works. We add much more, we then sort of normalize RGB from 0 to 255 intensity, pixel intensity values. Instead, from 0 to 1. Everyone, rewrite this. Hey Shane, welcome, welcome. Would you say it scales into gray? I would. But yeah, so it didn't even normalize. Not normalize, let's say convert. But it does push it down into a 0 to 1 range from a 0 to 255. And that's certainly what we want, because oftentimes, and so this isn't strictly true, but this is what I found in my work. This will be integers, whereas this has to be floating point. So if I'm shifted onto a grayscale, then I have 256 options that come from a color, or in RGB, I have 256 options for pixel intensity. Nice. Okay. And in one case, my stream crashes. Is my stream back? Do I exist again? Do I have internet? Am I there? Hello? Hello? Okay, I think I exist again. But in one case, the integer 255 count, or 0 to 255, so 256 difference, is really useful. So say you're talking about something called, there's a type of texture-based analysis called a gray level co-occurrence matrix, GLCM. Getting right out. Gray level co-occurrence matrix. And what this is essentially a 2D histogram. And I guess this is another aside, but histogram. 256 shades of gray is nuts. A 2D histogram of pixel intensities. So by having an integer based, you can limit the size of this to be a 256 by 256 matrix. Which I could write like this. Like that. Where it's not even real numbers, it's specifically integers. So if that's a use for it. However, and that makes sense because these are big, and then you do feature extractions from them. So you want, in a sense, to limit yourself, because in histogram, generally, you're going to be binning. For anyone who doesn't know what that is. So you have a histogram. So we're just do like a bar graph. Okay, so a histogram. Each of these is going to be a bin, and it's going to have a range of something from like the cardinality is going to be something like, well, say 30. You have to set that up, because if you try and take a histogram, if you have 10,000 data points and try and take a histogram of all 10,000, well, then there's no real reason to do that. So you're going to be consolidating your values anyways. So, or your ranges anyways. So that is a definite benefit to staying in integer form. But if you're binning anyway in the analysis you're doing, might as well only use a byte. I would say yes. I'm not super well versed on the specific costs of it. I'd say yeah. But floating point mathematically can give you a lot more precision. Precision, and I'll say limits of data usage. See what that says? I can't read it. Can you read? I just want to take a moment to look at my handwriting here. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's disgusting. Yeah. Flashbang. 0 to 255 integer is a byte. Oh, okay. I get what you mean then. Oh, and the other thing I want to say is that this is just useful to know if you do any imaging. Most imaging libraries. I forgot how to spell. I generally don't spell. I'll like write and I'll just scribble the rest because I know what the word's supposed to say. Most imaging libraries have a built-in grayscale function. So generally, there's not a reason to precision. Yeah, it says something like that. Because they have a built-in grayscale function, it's, you know what? Yeah, I should write out function. Function. See, isn't that much more clear? Because they have a built-in grayscale function, you generally don't have to worry about a grayscale equation, but that may not necessarily be the case. Because, again, and I'm going to pull on my own work as a reference, when you're working with histology images, you're not going to convert to an image, you're going to convert to a matrix. And then the matrix, it's generally faster instead of trying to load it into a... Instead of trying to do a grayscale, grayscale function, just doing a basic, like, NumPy matrix multiplication will be faster. Will be faster on the array, because if you're going to have to do further analysis with the array. In my experience, that's more of, that's faster paced. But if you're just trying to grayscale, then most stuff will have a built-in, most imaging libraries will have a built-in grayscale function. So yeah. Wow, I hit high pitch there. So yeah. It doesn't even sound like I'm saying anything. I'm saying so yeah, but I'm like, so yeah. I sound like a Pokemon. Can you tell that the caffeine from my monster has hit me? Okay. So now that we have an idea. 2D, 3D, 4D. We're gonna be switching to so here, let me just run it up. So now that we have 2D signals, because like I said, we're gonna convert everything to 2D. And we have 2D signals. What do we do? What do we do with them? Well, we can go back. It sounds like a noise a game character makes from the attack. Make an RPG where I do all of the voices and all of them are terrible. So let's look at our filters. Let's look at filters again, but with 2D functions now. This time, we'll have to take in an XY. And I'm going to write it like this just for the sake of my own convenience. XY is going to be the same as sum H times f of XY. And the most basic form of this is going to be written out like this. I've only owned this game for a few days, but now I like know the soundtrack by heart, which is so funny. I don't have that much playtime, but the other night, Danny, did you just roast all RPGs? My God, it's powerful. The other night, it was 1 in the morning and I was playing Belmatic, and then I look at the clock and it's 2 in the morning. I'm like, huh? So, this is what a traditional filter will look like for regular 2D image. The equation, taking an X and a Y coordinate. This is going to be a convolutional layer, which I'll explain in a moment. And then this is our image. This is our filtered image. XY are just our coordinates. N and M, it's a beautiful N, are our dimension f of x and our dimension f of y, respectively. We like to think of images as perfect squares, but oftentimes they're not. I like to, whenever I work with them, I like to work with perfect square images. I would prefer that, because if you can have a square image, then guess what? It fits into a matrix much nicer, and square matrices are a lot better than n by n matrices. But, so n and m are a dimension of the image. Basically, it just says, we're going to affect all the different coordinates. It's just a mathematical representation of that. And then, h is our convolutional mask. Frequently referred to as a kernel. So basically, this is the filter. This is the filter that's going to run over everything, perform all these changes up here, and affect the image. And if you've heard about convolutional masks, there's a good chance, because I feel like this is probably where a lot of people have heard about them. If you know anything about machine learning, this is going to be, I guess, aside 4. In CNNs. And CNNs. Or convolutional neural networks. And the reason it's called that is because a convolutional neural network applies transformations to some input data oftentimes images, but it can be any data, with the goal of feature extraction and categorization. CNN has nothing better to do than copyright strike gay cats, then I don't know what they're doing with their life. Yeah. So that's the if you've heard of Hootsuite, they'll just dox you. Bro, they can't. I'll dox myself first. If I had a nickel for every time I accidentally exposed my full legal name and picture on stream, I would have like 2 nickels. But that was back on Twitch, and those VODs don't exist anymore. Yeah, so if you've heard of convolutional neural networks, that's why they're called that, because you have these convolutional masks. In other words, it's a transformation. If you've also seen that, or actually no, it's frequently written as that, it's the same thing. Shout out the generalization of CNNs, which is graph convolutional networks, where it doesn't have to be a grid, it can be an arbitrary graph. Ooh. And so, I think that's right. For a second to last thing on this subject, there's a path from graph CNNs to the NSA thing, but that's all you're gonna get. Oh my god. To the CNN, to the NSA thing. I said CNN. So the second to last thing we're gonna look at is just filter examples. So, what are these? First, like I mentioned earlier, we have a mean filter. This filter is a jerk, and I want to capitalize that M. What it does, so we have our matrix. For the sake of simplicity, I liked working with straight matrices, so this is going to be an n by n. Try and stop me. You can. Here's how we define our filter. It's going to be a matrix that's entirely ones multiplied by 1 over n. Squared? 1 over n? 1 over n squared? 1 over n squared. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. So that's what we talked about earlier. You're essentially taking this thing of n dimension. Actually, you know what? It doesn't have to be. Yeah, I'm going to say it's n by n because we're going to be using it as a block and we're going to multiply by chunks of the signal. So, bite me. Take that, non-square matrices enjoyers. Next up, we have a voice crack. We have something called a Laplacian filter. With a very fancy L for some reason. This one's I find very cool. So again, n by n. This time, -1, -1. Every single, almost every single element is a -1. And then at the center, we have a positive n squared -1. Where essentially you're pulling something from everything to then focus in the middle. Okay, it's like kind of highlighting, and it can be used. The Laplacian can be used pretty well for boundaries. The boundaries of different objects and object identification. Shoutouts to Laplace, love his demon. The only Laplace I know is the VTuber. Laplace Darkness. Laplace Darkness. And then finally, not finally, but this is the last one I'm gonna mention. Oh, spelled that wrong. Is a Gaussian filter. And guess what? I couldn't figure out how to exactly write this in matrix form in a clean way. So, we're gonna write it with an example. And then I'm gonna explain all the pieces. So say I have a matrix like this. 1, 1, 1 in the corners, 2, 2, 2 at the cardinals, and a 4 in the middle. So 3 by 3. So if you notice something about it, it's circular, what we call circularly symmetric. So what that means is it essentially spirals outwards. Like that. Things in a circle around it. So it's like if we went out further, then we would have ones there as well. It's everything kind of emanates in sort of a ripple. And it's then multiplied by 1 over, in this case, 16. Why 16? That's because this number is the sum of all the values in the matrix. In other words, that term is 1 over I equals 0 to n, j equals 1 to n, and we're going to do lowercase n's there. It's also actually these should both be 1s, sorry. Because we're assuming this is n by n. Reality it's 3, but shut up. ij. Summing all of our elements, we'll get our coefficient. So, and also just here's, because I couldn't give an exact one, here's also a 2D Gaussian equation. And this thing is gross. We're just going to call it g of xy, because 2D. All right. 1 over 2 pi sigma squared times e to the negative x squared plus y squared over 2 sigma squared. Isn't that horrible? Isn't that just the worst? Well, that's our 2D Gaussian equation. Pretty cool, right? So all this has been under the assumption. So like all these filters, we have different examples, like this kind of affects a chunk. This is to like identify different borders and stuff. This is a type of smoothing. Pi sigma integral differential sigma 1. Yes, I don't get it. Exactly. You were exactly right, Aurora. So the final thing I'll talk about then, flashbang, is enhancement filtering. Enhancement filtering is kind of simple because I'm just the concept. Equationally, it's pretty simple. All you're doing, and it's pretty general too, all it is we want to identify specific things and boost them. So, oh god, my back. So if you want to do that, you have some. This is our image. And we're going to have our image affected by a filter. As we've been doing. But then we want to add it or subtract, but like we can assume the filter has the negative component. So we just say add. We want to add it back onto our original image to then give us an enhanced image. Simple as that. The other way, so this is a more general form, a slightly more specific form, is that we would write it as this. Where alpha and beta are parameters. I can write beta. Or, good enough. Parameters. So basically, it's just slight adjustments, and we're gonna smack it on top of what we have going. And, so yeah, parameters. H is the filter / kernel. That's the enhanced image. That's the basic image. So if you, the final mentioning for this is just, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have to mathematically do some sort of image processing, then it's a good idea to remember that equation, because that equation is gonna, because you should think about it when you're designing something. You should start with the large idea. You don't need to get into the nitty gritty yet. How am I gonna make this general process work? And that equation's how. You're gonna affect your regular image. You're gonna filter your new image. You can modify some parameters on both. You're gonna smack them together, and that'll give you your enhanced image. So all in all, that's kind of the entire explanation, so to speak. And fueled by caffeine, that's all I have for the image processing presentation. But I feel like I covered a fair amount, and I actually explained more than I had planned to. Like, I hadn't planned to mention really anything on some of these asides. I hadn't planned to mention co-occurrence matrices or binning. I hadn't planned to mention H&E or even this level changing. It just like popped into my head. I was like, because I was thinking of the alphas, and then I remember, oh wait, this is also a fourth dimensional concept. I feel like I would be an okay teacher. I would be an okay teacher as long as I can just lecture ramble. So I could be a professor. I couldn't be an actual, like, I couldn't be a traditional teacher. I couldn't be anything below college level. And I think it would have to be college level for something that would be higher level, because I don't think I would be able to... Because lower level courses have a lot of requirements they have to meet, and I would not get to those because I would spend all day rambling. I would have to have something flexible enough where I can get away with my bullshit. I mean, BS. Do you do VR chat math tournament? I have VR chat, and I've always been too scared to leave the home world. So no. That answers that. That answers that, I would say. What is it, though? VR chat femboy math tournament. How have I never heard of this? There's a VTuber who started streaming because their students said they would make a good streamer. That's awesome. Is she in Phase Connect? Because I might know exactly who you're talking about. Is she part of the trio that joined Phase Connect? Sleepy, Mari, and... I forget who the other one is, but the third one. I forget her name. It escapes me at the moment. Oh wow, my iPad is emitting a lot of heat. How's my phone doing? My phone's pretty warm. Unplug it. Is her? Yeah! I don't remember her name. Cleo? Is it Cleo? Maybe her. I like her though. She has fun stuff. I watch a lot of YouTubers in my free time. Yeah, Cleo. Yes! My YouTube. Let me look at my YouTube. Let's open up my YouTube, see what's there. VTuber, study music, VTuber, study music, VTuber, VTuber, music, Skyrim, VTuber, game soundtrack, VTuber, study music, VTuber, game soundtrack, study music, VTuber, Lady Gaga, VTuber, oh yeah, VTuber, study music, funny song, good song, VTuber, study music, I just gets drunk and throws beer bottles at your head, ASMR, Maxor, anyways. The math was so weak, it's... Imagine getting homework to watch your teacher's Fortnite stream. That's what I should do. I've played Fortnite like once. When I played it, I was playing it with I actually played it on Twitch. I got a baseball bat and I got like 5 kills on my first game, and I don't know how. Now that your obligations are done, you can pivot into a full Beltmatic stream. And the soundtrack won't even change. First, I need to stretch. I like tons of YouTube notifications because everyone went live. Sonia's live. She's playing Yakuza. Cool. Let me do some squats. Five kills in baseball. Yeah, I can't go back to there. They were filming The Sandlot 2, and I just sprinted in there, grabbed a bat, and started swinging. That's why I hide behind an anime avatar, because if the FBI saw my real face, they would be out for me. Oh, my legs are stiff. Oh. Alright. Yes, you are right now that obligations are done. I think it's time. You have trouble watching VTubers because some of them have dog shit takes only matched by the terribleness of their... Yeah, some people make me... I don't like a lot of them. I like select few. I watch a lot, but the ones I watch are like select. I watch a lot of a select few. If that makes sense. I choose my tubers carefully. Oh wow, the same music started over. I wonder how that happened. How did that happen? Oh my gosh. How did this song start playing again? This is still valid because it fits into, what was my stream title? And other stuff. So, can I change it now? From education to gaming. Anyone can send messages, that's fine. I'll live. I forgot that the thumbnail of this stream was the thumbnail of the stream. Yeah. Some people just suck, but they're anime girls, and so they get a big following. Alright, so here's what I've been up to. I labeled everything. I have subtraction now. I'm delivering 502s. I am delivering other stuff. I am currently delivering... Still delivering ones? Oh, why am I still delivering ones? Oh, I finished ones. Like that. So that can all focus on 3s. And I'm gonna probably finish up 3s soon. So, I'm currently delivering 502s, 18s, 59s, 19s, 65, 403s, 3s, 11s, 74s, 15s, 40s, 29s, and 122s. All of these help boost my stuff. I'm gonna have to shift to 615s next from 502s, so I'll cross that bridge. But I have some fun stuff going on, I think. Let's see. So, I have a pretty consistent, this is how I do doubles of anything. This is my 3 generator. This is an easy way to make 10s is with a double generator and that. So it's an easy way to make 10s without having to sacrifice 5s, because I would rather spend 5s create. So I have this 5s creating 10s, and then over here it multiplies by 4s, and then it subtracts 1s to make 51s, because I needed 51s to make 2 51s, and then with 2 51s I can multiply those by 2 to get 502s. I'm generating 59s. How am I generating 59s? By taking some of those 51s and adding them to 8s, and the 8s are just generated, of course, by a doubling of the 4s. This is kind of my most efficient way to make 100s, just a crap ton of 10s that are generated by 4s and 2s, but those 2s are actually generated from a doubler, from 1s. We got a 200 generator over here by replicating the 100 generator. 200 generator over here. Then we have a 400 generator to make 403s, and then 403s because I need 403s for my for my extractor to get buffed. The TISM, I mean factory must grow. And sometimes 1s are annoying or 3s are annoying, so I'm actually using a subtractor to combine 4s and 4s and 1s to just make 3s, because it's easier in some ways than having to find another 3 node, because if you notice there's no 3 nodes around here. And I don't want to shift focus all to a 3 generator because I'm also using the same one to generate 10s using two, or to generate as a doubler to generate 2s for there, and as a doubler to generate 2s to create 74s, because 74s I need to buff my adder. Over here, this is just a flat 10 generator, so I can make 18s. This is a basic 8 generator. This 4 and a 5, and I could just divert a bunch of the 5s over to make 9s, and the 9s and the 5 to make 45s, and the 45s I use to make 65s, and 65s I need to increase my extractor. Yeah. So I think it's going well. And another fun thing I noticed is that I have to be like very careful with the conveyor belt stuff, because I was getting clogged up, so I now have to have a bunch of conveyor belts going in. Because if I don't, it creates a problem. Alright, so now I need to convert from 615s. So for that, I'm gonna have to get rid of my 502s. What can I break 615 down to? Because that's the nice thing about this game, is that I have to actually do the math behind it. Like, in order to get 59s, my solution was to do 17 times 4 to get 68. Then I subtracted 3 squared, because that's a 9, in order to get 59. And so I could deliver directly 59s, because that was just like an efficient way, because I was already producing 17s, because I was producing 340s previously. And the 340s I was producing partially with 17 times 20. And because of that, I had just leftover 17 production, but the 17s weren't actually entering the pipeline. They were just being rawly produced. But then they had hit a backup, so I had an overabundance of things that were just backed up. So I ended up multiplying the 17s by 3s, and the 3s, of course, were generated from a 1 generator, because the 1s aren't really going anywhere unless I use them as 3 or 2 generators. Okay. So, 502. What do we do with this? We have a 50 generator over here. I want to make 615. How do I make 615? 615, I can do with a few different things. Can you tell that I like numbers? I get so freaking locked in on this game, it's crazy. I don't know why, but it also just tells me that I really like math. It like confirms every time I like feel like any amount of what's it called? Imposter syndrome about like my degree or about my own expertise. This kind of stuff helps. All right. What are all the ways we can make 615? So 615, we could break it down into... Sorry, I'm writing on my whiteboard right now, so I'm gonna move around my camera a bit. There you go, or my phone. So 615 we can make with... So we could do a 200, we have a 200 generator, times 3 plus 15. That's actually pretty nice, because multiplication is kind of a long process. So we can do... I can do that. I have a 200 generator going that's going towards 403s, but I could siphon some of those 200s without too much issue, or replicate that to create another 200 generator. Because 200 generators are pretty easy, because you can just do a 4 and a 2. If you have a 4 and a 2, you can make a 200 generator without any issue. So then I could siphon that with a 3 and a 5 to make a 15. Okay, let's do that. So this is gonna come from a 4, this is gonna come, or a 4 and a 2. The 3s can either come from a 3 or a 1, but I'm gonna assume they're gonna come from a 1, because 3s are kind of rare, I've noticed, for the extraction. This 3 can come from the same amount of 1s, because the multiplication is much of an expensive enough process, but that's fine. This can either come from 3 plus 2, but preferably I just have a 5 coming straight from 5s, because then I can use the 5s also as a 10 generator, which will then get me to another 200 generator. Because with 200 generators, it's a waste of time to do doubling as a multiplication. Never do that. It's way faster to just do a double addition, it seems. And that's just because, again, addition's a way cheaper process. In the math section of the Discord, you dropped the paper for the tournament of math that decided you're worth as a femboy. That's awesome. I will check that out later. All right. So we're utilizing these 4s, so yeah, let's grab these 4s for our 200 generator. We can grab this 2, we can grab that 1 for a 3 generator. Alright, let's grab some more stuff. So here we have a 3 generator. Whoa, wait, what? Oh, I can take previous things I've, like, copied? Oh. Alright, so here's our 3 generator. Did I know that? I'm gonna pause. Then we want to take... do I have a 2 here? Yeah, there's a 2 there. Oh, and there's a 5. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so down here we can very easily make a 615 generator. So, let's go ahead and start with our 8s, our 2s. Go ahead and steal the soul section. Create a 200 generator. Where am I? I lost myself. Oh, here we go. We'll set that up right here, and then we'll pull the 4s from back here. Doing there. I guess that comes down there. Oh, right, because we got to siphon off some 4s. What? Wait, what am I siphoning off 4s from there for? I think this is a mistake. Oops. This... Okay, that's why. So this is where we're gonna be... That's what was happening. Okay. So this is where gonna be our 2s are coming from. So be a bit messy, but it's doable. It's fine. It's fine. If the 2s are coming out at a fast enough rate, it won't be an issue. Alternatively, we can utilize a 1 down here to create a 2 generator. We're actually gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be our 2 generator. Mix some of this stuff. This will then connect. Have it come up like that. Alright, so this will be 10s. Right here. This will be 100s. This will be 200s. And now I want to siphon my 3, so I'm going to want to flip that upside down. To then pull it over to a multiplication field. We'll do it down here because it's going to be taking longer for this to occur. So 1, 2, 3. What do you mean? There are no workers. It's the ultimate number simulator. It's a factory game that's just about numbers. So it's like my favorite thing in the world, apparently. I've never played other factory simulators, and I freaking love this game so much. I haven't owned it for that long, but I have a feeling I already have too many hours on it. So this will be my 600 generator. And I can siphon off other 3s to combine with 5s at a different multiplication field. If I really want efficiency, I could use this 1 generator, or this, yeah, as another 3 generator, and then just really ramp this sucker up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do that. Let's flip all these. Check this out. This should pop off. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I just say this should pop off about a freaking number game? This is so freaking hard. This goes crazy. So intense. Okay. Okay, so this is my 15 generator. Homeboy could never figure out redstone in Minecraft, so instead he decided to do this with his life. This has become my friggin' comfort game. It's crazy. Alright, those are 15s, those are 600s. And now we're just gonna add these suckers together, and addition is the world's fastest operation. So let's make an 8x8, or not an 8x8, an 8-part addition field, and we can do it up here. 1, 2, oops, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. That won't work. But this. Oh. This is A's. That'll be easier. The hyperfixation took hold and didn't let go. Exactly. People will be like, I'm streaming Minecraft. It's a relaxing stream. I don't want to do anything. I'm like, I'm streaming a number factory game. I think I might. It's funny because I was even thinking, I was like, I need a game that I can know, that I can spend hours on. Turns out this is it. Welcome home, Kikado. Alright, and here finally is my 603 generator. I hope you had fun at your friends. Or not 603, sorry, 615. I already have the marker here, but we're gonna move it down. So I can go ahead and start the process on that. And then I can start. Go like this. All right. Let's see if this runs as we want. Alright, so let's take... Oh, I forgot something. I forgot the most important piece of... Oh, that's why. That's why my 2s didn't exist. Minecraft is a good game to an engineer. That's true. Because I'm not an engineer. I'm a math nerd. So let's play the numbers game. Oh my god, my 15s don't exist. Now my 15s exist. These 15s don't exist, though. What? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, look how fast this is running. My multiplier's so fast now. My addition's gotten crazy fast. What do you make in this game? A mini microchap? No, you just make numbers. I have to deliver 615s right now. I'm currently delivering 18s, 59s, 19s, 65s, 403s, 3s, 11s, 74s, 15s, 40s, 29s, 122s, and 502s, but I need to nix those 502s. These 502s are pointless right now. We're gonna cut the extraction on those. because they're taking up useless space. Let's see. Oh, what's the hold up here? What's the hold up here? Oh, that's the hold up here. That's the hold up here. I was like, because I copied it directly where I had 100s coming from a different place. There we go. Alright. Producing 200s now. Poisson created the concept of numbers. It's true. How fast the multipliers are now! Wow, that's satisfying. It runs so fast now. Alright, we're starting to make 615s. Man, there's a creation discovery. Correct. Alright, here we go. Our first 615. Here it comes. Here it comes. And win, boys! Alright, have a good night, Kakato. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so now I want to do something with these 502s. 50s. What can I do with them? I have 5s. These are all getting used to make 122s, so that's going somewhere. I could just do a sum of addition to make 50s, add a bunch of 50s to make... That's actually not a bad idea. Add a bunch of 50s to make... Okay, let's do that. We're gonna add a bunch of 50s to make 200s. Then we're gonna grab another 3 generator. Smack that sucker right there. Would you say math is inherent to the universe, or rediscovering it is a human creation based on reality? It's kind of like time. It's an as I understand it, or as I feel it's kind of like time. It's an interpretation of the universe. Or language. It's things that we use, we define math to understand existence. So, does it technically exist on its own? Not really, I guess. But its existence is... The things it describes exist. But in and of itself is nothing, I guess, is how I would say it. So this will make 200s. And then we're gonna siphon some stuff to make 3s. These will make 600s. And then we'll siphon some of the 2s and the 1s to make 5s. But then we're gonna definitely need more 3s, but we have plenty of 3s from there, so I could siphon some of the 3s from that. Oh, I have the divider now, so let's utilize that. Yeah, let's utilize the divider. Oh, what am I doing? Actually, to save on 50s. To save on 50s. Let's create a 4 generator. Where can I snag a doubler? Where's an 8 doubler? The 6 doubler. There's an 8 doubler. In order to save on 5s, let's grab a doubler from here. And we're gonna use it. That cut over fine. No, it doesn't. Go again. Alright, so for generating the 4s, then I can go ahead and do a multiplier here. Generate my 200s. And we're gonna have another 3 multiplier. Going from there, that gives that enough time to work. Alright, sounds good. 2, 3. What if eventually you could make polynomials with some variable and then it could introduce things like derivation integration? That would be awesome. I don't know if this game does that, but that would be so cool. Alright. Can you imagine getting to make derivatives? Now we're generating our 200s here, which saves us on 50s. Okay. Then we'll be generating our 600s here. Okay, that's all good. And now we need to generate 15s. If I'm saving on 5s, I should be able to siphon. Because this now just goes nowhere. I think we're generating enough 10s. So let's start siphoning 5s. And definitely take more 3s. Make a 15 multiplier in here. And we have a, oh no, it's a 6. I would go bananas if I got the option to make flippin' derivatives in a game. Where is there space to do this? Space over here, and then we can add it to there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This might be a terrible stream game because I don't talk. There's lock the heck in. This lacks some efficiency, but I don't really care. That's not my main priority. The main efficiency I worry about isn't conveyor belt movement. That doesn't actually work. It's... Because conveyor belt movement is so minuscule. It's, the actual processes themselves. Sometimes I utilize the fact that conveyor belt movement does take time. So if I have a longer process happening, I'll go ahead and pull something that's taking from a slower process and have it pull over nodes. Alright, let's see if this works. I'll label this as a 615. And now we should be out of 502 production entirely. There's still 502s coming from somewhere. Oh, from up there. Okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. Knowing that I can recontextualize some stuff, the 502s into 615s is really nice. Okay, so we're getting 615s for down there. Do I have enough 3s? That's gonna be a big question. Do I have enough 3s? I'd actually be lacking at 10s right now. Definitely not lacking in 5s. So what we're actually gonna do... It's okay if you don't talk because you don't listen. I appreciate your honesty. It's hurtful, but it's fair. There we go, we're just funneling 5s into those 10 generators. Getting out some more. Nice. I'll take more 10s. And we also are still pulling some 10s from up here, but a small amount because most of our 10s go to the 100 generator up there. And we're producing 615s. Awesome. Alright, so now, what else do I want to account for? So I want to convert, how many do I need? I need 5,000 of those. Alright, then we want to convert this 502 up here. This is going to be a bit trickier. 502 into a 615. Instead of doing a 200, let's do a 200. We have a 3. I can do it with a 51. 51 isn't really divisible by anything. But do I have a 6? If I have a 6, I could 52. What am I doing up here? Where I'm generating 52s. I could take... Okay, that's what I can do. I can scrap the whole 51 generator. I'm generating 13s. Let's do this. I'm generating 13s, I'm generating 4s. Let's make an additive field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 13s will be Bs. Then this will let us generate I'm just trying to generate straight 2s here, not 4s. Okay, so this will be a 15. That's crap. What I meant to do up here. This will be 15s. And with that, I just realized that my face has been hidden behind my mic. What else can I do? 15s, 200s over here. Where can I pull 3s from? Where can I pull 3s from? We're pulling 3s for the 13s, but I don't want to overdo those 3s. Oh, we have a 1 over here that now is not getting used. Okay, perfect. Turn this into a 3 generator. Oh. generator. Perfect. Old Faithful. And we'll multiply over here. Is what we can do. Oh wait, hold on. Crap. We do want these 51s still because we're generating 59s. Crap. Heck. Okay. We need our 51 generators still. Because we need to generate this 59s. What can I do then? The 403s are getting used up by those 200s. What can I do? Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Have you ever considered... I'm back. Have you ever considered learning language secret and pretending to hit your head and you only speak in that other language? Kind of, yes. I've considered learning another language and then having conversations with people only in that language, and then... But, like, no one knows. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is divert this. So now 51s are only gonna focus on creating 59s. That's more efficient. The 200s... Let's... We still want that one. But the thing is also a 3 generator isn't very expensive, so to speak. So smack that sucker right there. Can I put it here? No, I can't. Right there, without any issue. Okay, so our 3 generator is gonna go ahead, cut over to our 200s there, but now we're gonna change our 200 this into a multiplication field. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really like the idea of like one day coming on stream and speaking entirely like in Spanish, and no one knew I could speak Spanish, but the thing is I can't speak Spanish. I was trying to learn it for a while and I was using Duolingo, but then I learned that Duolingo fired a bunch of their staff in favor of AI, and I was like, ha, no. I refuse to assist them in their owly endeavors. I actually don't want that. What I do want is now the 600 field. I want to do something about... How much time do I currently have? Only 3 hours and 40 minutes, but it doesn't count the time that the world spends paused, so I actually have more. Man, I love AI. Haha! Alright, so if we're generating 600s here, then I need to generate 15s from somewhere. What are these 4s doing? These 4s do enough. We have a 3 generator. There's a 6. 6 and a 1 to make 5s. I don't want to spend my 3s too thin. Sixes are already doing a lot. 6s actually aren't doing much. It's the 4s that are working overtime right now, but... Okay, so I need... How am I gonna make 15s? These 6s are actually doing fine, I think. They can definitely generate faster. Alright, let's do 6s and 1s to make 5s. Tractor. Wait, how many of these do I have? 3? Okay, I'll do 3s. So we have 5 generator. Go on, but all we can do is grow and just wait for the end of the world. I think it'll be close. Also, I love HIWD's integration, although horrible in ARM chemistry. Made carbon dioxide with CS horrible. Yeah, because it's a language model. It's not designed for them. More complex mathematics, it sucks at. And calculus does not count as complex mathematics, so. Those are 5 generator. I need a 3 generator. I could just pull 3s from here. Or I could save myself the trouble with all of this and just pull 5s directly from that 5 over there. Because again, travel time is not a huge deal, it seems. So I want then Great. I should actually use these 4s in assisting over here. And the 4s are A's. Okay. Cool. And then I can siphon some of these 5s and siphon these to make 15s. As long as I do another 3 generator. Oops. Multiplier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If ChatGPT turns into 100, Earth Mover. I'm waiting for the ultra killing. Yeah, I know, I'm just waiting for it to become Am. From I Have No Mouth. Does this work? I don't think that works. And then it'll tell us how much it hates us. 8. Let me tell you how much I have come to hate Ted. Imagine being named Ted, that poor son of a bitch. Let's weave it down through here like that. Create an addition field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Left to have it be A's. B's. Is this main line? Alright, that's main. Have it connect to main. Alright, this should be making more 615s now. As long as I actually finish the belt. Alright, 3s, 600s. Got an upgrade. I have a mouth and I still can't scream enough. Grok coded. Alright, what am I now producing? That does not matter. 3s don't matter anymore. Where are my 3s? Congratulations, 3 generator. You no longer have to exist. What do I need to produce now? And you 3 generator. You do not need to exist. Well, no, the 3 generator still needs to exist. This pipeline doesn't need to exist. I just realized that I referred to it as main, which I find funny. This is the main pipeline, or the main belt, so to speak. You're producing 615s? Got any 615s yet? 615s coming out. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright, what do I need to produce next? The only thing anyways is shareholder value. Well, there's no shareholder value in this world. 459s and 189s and 878s and 361s. Wow. Alright. Alright. Let's do some math. I'm producing enough 615s now, so I can produce other stuff in the meantime. Because that's the nice thing about this, where it's like, you don't have to always be producing an optimal amount. How do I do 361? 361, we could do a 36, a 10, we have 6s now, so 6 squared will be easy, a 10, and then plus 1. And what 10s are also super easy, so let's do that. I actually know exactly where I can generate a 361. You would be a good person to ask how to approach goth girls, like they're regular people. If you want to be friends with someone, approach anyone like you'd be friends with someone. For example, start by complimenting, hey, I like that thing you have. It's really that simple. Alright, let's... 10 generator, there's a 3 generator, here's a 10 generator. Turns out if you talk to people like they're people, then you have a good time. Alright, so now we want to make a square. I haven't had to use a divider yet, but I feel like I will in due time. And then there's a single. There's a 1, there's a 1. It's a doubler. There's a square. Alright. 1. 1. 2. Now, I mean, if you want to start a conversation with anyone, it's as simple as just, like, compliment what they're wearing. Simple as that. Some people will just say thank you, some people you can sit down and have a longer conversation with. Ultimately, it, like... That's the way to form connections. Be a nice person. A very shocking concept to many. How am I gonna do this? I did this wrong. Let me restart my spider. Oh, this could be fun. That's how I'll do it. I don't know why I'm being so particular about this, but I am. Okay. My 36 generator. In the end, you'll start blabbering about organic chemistry. That's good. So that's something. If you start a conversation with someone and you guys can't find anything to relate to, then maybe you don't click. That's fine. If you start talking about organic chemistry, because organic chemistry is what you want to talk about, then pop off, bestie. Make a multiplication field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what I think. People will be like, how do I talk to X type of person? And it's like, at the end of the day, X type of person is their own individual. So They might share your interests, they might not. The goth girl might be super into Neopets. You never know. Groovy music though, absolutely. Soundtrack's a banger. It's the only way someone would be able to handle the monotony of this game. You know how you're just not telling. Well, that's not very nice. And addition field, 1, 2, or no, I want to do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ultimately, people are people. They'll like whatever they like. Some people can just also be trash. Don't forget that. Sometimes people just suck. It's like also I don't know, in a similar vein to like parasocial relationships. I have no idea what you guys are like in person. You guys have no idea what I'm like in person. We can hang out through a streamer lens for an extended period of time and have a great time. Does that mean that we should ever be roommates? No way. We would possibly hate each other. Oh, it's still devoting things to 400s? Do I need 403s still? Yes, I still need 403s. Okay, that's worth it. Alright, so here we're making 361s. If I can figure out where the heck the main is. There's main. We're going around this. Let's see if 361s make. The 36s are getting produced by. You can never be IRL friends with how stinky phobic you are. Yes, that is correct. At least you're acknowledging it. Dang, these are producing crazy fast. Awesome. These upgrades are pumping. Wait, isn't Beltmatic also automating the number thing that workers in factory do? Poisson support machine and AI? Oh my god, these 361s are going so fast. These 40s, though, are having trouble. These 40s are producing too fast now. Let's actually add the 40s to this line. Look at him go. The 361s are gonna have a hell of a time. Let's see how this affects production. Seems like it's working fast enough. The 361s are coming in now, close to sets of 3s. Oh, it's increasing. No, we need more. We need another belt. Guess what? It's gonna be overly complicated to get there. There we go. Alright, are we shifting now? The 40s might just need their own belt, honestly. Like, these just might have to be separate belts with just how many 40s are being produced. Because it's just literally constant. There's a small break here and there. Cool. Okay. What do I need to make next? Wow, we finished with 403s really fast. 459s. How do I make a 459? 45s. We are producing 45s over we're producing 65s. A 45, 10, 9 would be pretty simple because we're also producing 9s over there. 45, 45. Where are my 65s at? 45s. We no longer need 19s, and we need 13s. Okay. Producing 19s. We'll do something with that in a bit. Let's see. What was I doing? We're producing 45s. We're down here. We are producing a lot of 45s, so I can siphon some of those 45s, and a lot of 9s, so I can siphon those 9s without any issue. Alright, sweet. So, over here, we want to start producing... I need 10s. 450s over here, and then we're going to start producing 4 9s down here. Where can I siphon 10s from? These get used up. With how fast multipliers are, it's actually getting a bit tough. Is there any way I can easily siphon 10s from somewhere? I feel like I actually produced 10s fast enough for this to work. Okay, so we're going to steal 10s from over here. We're going to steal 45s from here. And we're going to make a multiplication field. 1, 2, not a significantly huge one, but big enough. Because I don't need to steal that many. But siphoning these. The side stuff I don't need to focus on too majorly, especially because if it's running for a while, it'll take a point to get there. All right. 2, 4. B block. This won't work. Do I have it down one? Okay, here are 459s. Where's main? That 15 is main. I think this will run enough. Alright, let's see if I can siphon without too much issue. It seems like the production is going fast enough where it's not a problem. Siphoning 10s. Oh yeah, we're good. We're so good. Our 45s, our multiplication and conveyor belt speed have both gotten so fast that it's literally not a problem. I can. Okay. We're reducing 459s. Alright, what's next? Using 19s, we don't need those. Wow, those 361s are going crazy. 459s, 189s, 813s, and 878s. Let's do 819s. Oh, subtractor and divider work on the same level. Very interesting. I'm sure factorial is in there. But that could get crazy real fast. Maybe squaring? Maybe squaring and square rooting? Well, there's no reason to do squaring, but there may be square rooting. Maybe there's nth power stuff. Ooh. Maybe nth power and nth root, or maybe just square rooting and then factorial maybe? Let's see. Is this running fine? Yeah, the 415s isn't really clogging up these 5s. That's good. Sweet. Okay. Any backlog? Oh, sweet. Still producing a good rate. Right. So what did I want to shift focus to? Wrong one. I wanted to shift focus to... Let's do 189s. How am I going to do 189? I'm going to do 18 and 9, or 18, 9, 2, on this. We could do a doubler on a 9. Do 9s exist yet? 8s exist. I think I have 9s. Yes, I have 11s, so if 9s exist, I definitely have them. I need to expand outward more. I can do a 5-4 as a 9 creation. Let's do that. 5-4, 9s. What am I trying to make? 189. Let me write this out. 189, which is going to be equal 18. So let me just write it out as kind of factored down some. 9 plus 9 times 10 plus. Okay. So I could literally do this all with 9s and 1s. Holy crap. So we're gonna do that. So I can utilize my subtractors, because subtractors are fun. So what we're gonna do is make an additive field, a crazy large additive field. 3, 4, 5, so that's 8. We're gonna do a 16 additive field. Because I'm a flippin' madman. Because we're gonna need 9s for everything. So my goal is do 9 plus 9 to get 18. And then we're gonna do also 9 minus 1, or not, sorry, 9 plus 1 to get, why did I think I was gonna use subtractors? 9 plus 1 to do 10s. Wait, why am I doing that? No, I should generate 9s from here, and I can generate 18s over here. You can just generate the same amount. Our multiplier's gotten fast enough, but that won't be a problem. Okay, sweet. And I can use some of those 9s to also add 1 so that I can get the 10s. Yeah. Okay. 1. Oops, excuse me. My 18 generator. It's funny, you guys are actually seeing what I get to in my free time. Because I also talk out loud when I'm doing this game on my own. These 9s we'll do towards 10s. Maybe the rare shell. I cannot read. Maybe the rear. Nope. I'll figure it out eventually. Don't worry. Alright, tick 2. Maybe the real shareholders were the values we increased along the way. That's exactly right. One thing shareholders love. It's big number. And also being terrible people. Remember, if you ever invest at all, you are automatically a bad person. These are facts. I don't make the rules. Okay, so it's 18. And then this, so that's our 10 generator. So 9 generator, 18, and we're gonna make a 189. So for that, we're gonna need this. Just run directly into here. Make a 180. I love the little clicks and blips. Over here, we're gonna make one more additive field, which is gonna be 9. We're actually gonna do that over here, so that will have time to. The so-called tolerant left when I suggest we simply ignore poor people. I know, I'm the real monster. It's true. It's true. Alright. So this should be 189s. Got any real issue, because we're adding that. Oh, I have 9. What the heck? I accidentally made an extra. I made 9 instead of 8. I'll live. Okay, we're gonna have to get that down there. Rough. Never mind, it worked out fine. Alright, let's see if this creates what we want it to create. 9s. We're generating... Alright. The 1s are already set, ready to go for the 10. 10s are heading down there. 9s are heading up for the 189s. Our 10s are moving up. Producing a lot of 18s already, that's good. Alright, 180s are moving. 189s. That's not good. Alright, our first 189s are exiting. Alright, we're cooking. Sweet. Look at my 189s go. What am I producing that I don't need anymore? 19s. Man, it's so satisfying to see all those numbers just pouring in. Alright. So, I'm using 17s to create 19s. I don't need those 19s anymore, and I have a pointless 3 generator, but what can I do with that? What do I need? What can I do with 19s and 3s? What can I do with 19s and 3s? Let's find out. So what's 19 times 3? What's 9 times 3? 27, so it should be what, 57? Is that right? Calculator. Yeah, 57. What can I do with 57s? 57s... 3, 131. What if I do 17 times 6? Or 2. Let's see. Let me think. 17. What's 19 times 9? 171. I need 189s, but I'm producing 189. 13s. $19 times... What's 17 times 18? That's divided by 17 times 18. 306. 306. That doesn't really help me. It could. I need to be hitting near the 800s. My 17s might just be, that's the thing. My 17s might not load, might no longer have a purpose in life. What's 16 cubed? Is it 512 or 256? I think it's 256. No, it's 4096. 16 squared, though, is 256. Let's work it out. 256 times... Because if I can back up towards my 16s, 256 is 3 is 768. So we have 16 squared times 3 is 768. What can I do with that? 768, wrong button. 68. Oh, I could add an 110 plus 110 could get us to 878. So I have to generate a 110 from something. I don't know what I could generate a 110 from just yet, but we'll get there. So if we focus construction entirely on our 3s, then delete that, delete that. We have a 16 generator over here, 3 generator over here. I don't bother to label my 3 generators, because why would I? So let's create... No, I don't want to do that. I want to do it lengthwise. Oh, I could do it like this. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Baron. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. You know what I've had the urge to watch recently? Because it popped up in my feed, is the 1966 Adam West Batman. Just because a few bits popped up and they were so good. I'm just like, my god. Is that the mayor from Family Guy? Alright, so this will be producing 256. Then I can start pulling my 3s to start producing uh, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna put it there. I'll cut that. Cut down these ones because these ones literally just exist to be ones. Then we're gonna cut this and rotate it. That. Then generate, what will this be generating? 768s. When will this game start asking for tuple values? I wonder. I would love if it did, unironically. That would make me so happy. Derivatives, or tuples, or anything. Just do it as that. Okay. So that's all gonna come down there. Because there's still 2 more slots, and I have a feeling it's probably going to be like square roots and then factorials. Hey, what is this? Extraction level 12. Or 768. Now I need to generate 110 somehow. Right? Or I could generate something in space 5. What else could I do? 768 plus 45, 55? I think 45 could equal 813. Did I do that math right? Arithmetic is where I struggle sometimes. Yep, okay. So instead of that, I can get 110 or a 45. A 45 will probably be easier around this area. What can I do with it? Maybe exponents as square roots. Oh, you're right. So when you get stuff that has remainders, so the divider is pretty cool. I haven't actually had a reason to use it yet, but you have an A, a B, and then you have a remainder. And that's pretty cool. So you can start using the remainder for other things. I haven't found a reason to yet, but I need to start thinking like that. It'll come in useful, definitely. Somewhere. Where? No idea. But somewhere. Alright, we're gonna have space to work up there. Okay. Put that there for now. And now, where am I generating my 45s from? Either 45s or 110s. A 10 generator can be used for that, but that's already generating a significant amount of 20s. Speaking of which, actually, no reason not to do this now. I'm producing so many. Just because that's a flat 6 generator, so. That'll be producing more. Sweet. Okay, cool. So as we're moving towards 768 to include Euclid's GCD algorithm. Oh, that's a really good idea. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Because we do get some larger numbers down here. So you see like 11s, 13s, 19s, 27s, 43s and stuff. Some good stuff. Okay. Where can I generate 45s? I have this. I can generate 5 over there. I can siphon from 5s. Let's do that. Let's siphon 5s over here. Siphon 5s and siphon 9s. Yeah, okay. Where's my doubler? Doubler. Okay. So this will be generating 9s. And we'll siphon 5s to make 45s. Okay. I'm barely scratched the surface with this game, and I really can't wait to get into it more in depth. So I have a feeling this I have a feeling this is gonna happen when like people make like Minecraft hardcore worlds that go on for years. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that happens with me in this game. That's just whenever I have downtime, it becomes what I do. An addition field. What else can I get down here? Actually, there's space. Okay. 45s will be A's. I forgot to label that. 45s. This should make 8 13s. This is my favorite part, is the fact that you can kind of like reuse your old builds for new numbers. I like that. That's a constant thing. It's like you're constantly changing stuff up to remake a more efficient thing. Am I able to do that? I am. Okay, cool. Can I funnel directly into main with this? Or 40? Oh right, I have a 19 path that doesn't need this anymore. Alright, let's see. Making 16s, 256s. We're pulling 3s over there. Generating. That's not what's supposed to be happening. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Sorry, this isn't supposed to be a doubler. That's why. Instead of a... This 16 just doesn't go anywhere? Okay, let's steal this. Because this is a squarer, which is what I actually needed. Oops, sorry there, actually. Delete that. Demolish all that. Paste this. Oh, it actually lines up perfectly, too. There we go. Now we're doing a square. See how fast this goes. Nice. Nice. We're getting out the 9s. We're generating a ton of 5s because it's just pulling 5s directly from there. Actually, what am I doing? If I need to make more 10s, my speed has increased enough. I can totally make more 10s without significant detriment to my other processes. Yeah, look at that. Totally can just be... I forgot just how fast I've gotten, so I can up my 10 production a crazy amount, which will up my... I guess we're generating 19s over here too, but these 19s go towards 29s. A little more useful. Alright, generating 19s, that don't matter. Alright, we have a 768s are getting made. Here come the 45s. If my math was right. If I can... It seems like I'm producing 768s fast enough where I can also use them for the 878s. 813s. Sweet. That's what I needed, right? Yep. Okay. So, can I produce 110s from anywhere convenient? Right here. 4, 6. That's an easy. That's a 100 generator. Alright, start with over this. 1, 2, we're gonna need a large amount of 10s. This is gonna be the 10 part. Up here is gonna be the 100 part. And then up here is going to be the 110 part. Okay. Actually, let's set that up a bit so it looks a bit prettier. This one can stay as is, because it won't matter too much. I want to do a direct line to the A's and B's pretty easily, so do that. These 10s I'm just going to use to generate 100s. begs the question of why I don't literally just do this. I want this spaced out the same way, but this time it'll funnel everything directly into the A's. That means that these 10s I can use to go towards 45s, or 45s, towards 110s. This is another 100 generator. This is a 110 generator. First main. I would rather have it its own node, just so that I don't clog up production of other stuff too much, but... Alright. Alright, let's see. Let's see. 10s. Our 10s are generating fine. No! I forgot an integral piece. I'm a buffoon. I wasn't supposed to be generating 110s at all. I was supposed to be generating 110s to add to 768s. That was the whole point of this. So I need another additive field. And that can take place down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Okay, 768s will be Bs. The nice thing is 768s can almost be entirely made from 4s and 1s. So, if I get another 4 generator, I won't have to worry about any sort of loss other places. In other words, I can replicate this process without any real issue. This will be an 878 generator. And now we can add this to main. Add this to the 13 line there. Alright, let's see what happens. So we start diverting some of our 768s. We're producing a lot of them, so it's actually not a problem. I didn't realize how fast they're producing. 255s, or making me 813s. Oh yeah, we actually have a backup of 256s. Is it because we don't have enough 3s? Hold on, why is that? Or are we just multiplying too many? Why do we have so many 256s down here? Oh. That's why our 256s are going the wrong way. These 256s are going down, and they should be going up. Wow. So now... Now we're producing even more 768s. This is nuts. Look at that. Look at that. Overabundance. That might cause a problem. Go, my children. Producing 110s is an insane volume. Addition and multiplication have just become such fast processes. This is insane. This is like the most satisfying moment of my life. Alright, let's see. Will the 878s clog up the 813 pipeline? Looks like there is a bit of a backup, because the backups we had with the 110s. Man, remember when addition took half a second, or a full second, to even have a process? Now we're producing 2 189s a second, 2 813s a second. How fast are these 878s? Oh my god, over 1 point. Oh my god, 2 point. What? Almost 308 78s per second. Does anyone else care about this? No, but I'll never stop. We're still producing 19s from somewhere. Where are we? Oh, 19s. Why are we still producing 19s over here? I don't need to be doing that. Okay. 19s. Congratulations, you don't exist anymore. You don't matter anymore. Which means I can reuse those 19s somewhere else. Look at how big my factory has grown. I feel so powerful. Am I producing everything I need to? I am, at a reasonable pace. We're gonna lose this wave of stuff soon, so I'll be able to get rid of the 18s, 65s, 11s, 15s, and 29s when we go to the next level. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. If I ever have children, I'll make sure to look them in the eyes and tell them this was a more important moment than when you were born. It's magical. It really is. So satisfying. Just realized how long this stream's been going on. Like, half of it is just me locked in on this game. That's amazing. Okay. What time is it? I'll have after. Alright, I might play for like 10 more minutes. Oh, there's an overabundance because we have too many 110s. I got an MIT, don't boast, child. I've seen more impressive. Exactly. Need more 768s. I know. If my kid thinks that they can possibly match the grandeur of this moment, they are dead wrong. This is where the 16s, this is where I make my 256s, this is where I make my 768s. But where's the input? Or there's the input for the 3s. Here's the output for the 768s, which I need thrown over to the 867s. Or 878s. I don't know how I got 867 from that, but did. But I'm gonna have it loop around and combine this. And I'll just go ahead and label this 16. This as a 256. This as a 768. That's of course a 3 generator, and I don't label 3 generators. That's the only thing I use 1s for anymore. 3 generators and subtraction. Okay, let's see what we're making. 768s are going out. Will it make it fine? And belt speed is negligible. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. God, I'm so autistic. It's so beautiful. I am so autistic. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. It's so, God, I'm so on the spectrum. It's so beautiful though. The one part I don't like is that I have like this clock up of 3s. I need to do something with these 19s. What can I do with these 19s? Everything is going towards something. I'm making no wasted numbers right now except for these 19s. What can I do with these 19s? What's my next number? 766? How can I interact with a 766 and a 19? Actually, I can make 768s because I'm making 16s there. Ooh. 16 squared times 3 minus 2. I have 2s. Okay, yeah, let's do that. 16 squared times 3 minus 2 will get me 766, I think. This game is actually about self-diagnosis. Unironically, kind of. Listen, if you're willing to put this much time in this game, there's something. There's something. You're somewhere on it. You're somewhere on it. What am I trying to make? I just said out loud. My upgrades. Yeah, please. 766. That should work, right? 16 squared times 3 minus 2. Yep, okay. We're making 16s here. I'm fine with doing it at a slow pace right now because I can increase later. But do I have enough space here? You know, we'll see. If I don't do it with a lot of nodes, it should be fine. And we can start siphoning these 2s for a subtractor. Oh, this is gonna be... Oh, no, I can do it down here. I can do it down here. Okay. So this is where we'll generate 256. Subsequently, 768. Subsequently, down here, we'll do a subtractor. That. That. For 768. Siphoning 2s from up here. I'm fine with that. Why does that belt have an 18 and a 403? Because this is main. I'm pulling things up here, you see. Where is it? We're dropping the 18s in from this left belt, and the 403s from the right belt. Don't worry, it's permitted. We're gonna have to get out of here a bit wonky, but it's doing fine. Oh, this can be tricky. Oh no, it should be fine. Now we can add directly to main from there. Alright, let's see. 16s, 250. Holy crap, do you see how fast those multiplications are happening? 768s. 766. Alright, so those aren't useful yet, but they're gonna be useful, so I'm fine with just delivering them passively in the meantime. As you can see, it's gonna pop up in a second here. Yeah, it's grayed out because it's a useless number right now, but that's fine. 852, so that's good to know. I can convert 878s into 852s by subtracting 16s, which I can just pull from another 16 generator, so that should work out fine. Yeah, because if you also see 59s and 615s are on the same ones, 122s. Because some of this stuff just meets up, and some of the stuff I have on its own, but I have this 2 generator that I don't know what to do with. The 1s already generate that in a high enough volume. Like, this is just so fast, so it doesn't even matter. And the 3s are so fast for both of those. The thing that could be faster is this. If I was able to siphon 4s from somewhere. Oh, I can siphon 4s from somewhere. Absolutely can siphon 4s from somewhere. Make this much faster in theory. I'll do this. I won't siphon a whole lot, but I do want to add more 8s to the production line. There we go. Let's start siphoning 4s. I'm gonna start launching 8s into that so that we can get our 16s up. So beautiful. So beautiful. I love it. I would say now I just have to wait, but I could just start building more in the meantime. Like, how can I produce more 766s? 766s I can produce almost entirely with 4s. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's create another 768 generator, which in its entirety can happen right here with these. So because I have the 3 input location. Pause right there. Oh, and there's a 2, so we can use that 2 for our 760s. Perfect. Let's do a 3 generator. Okay. And in that case, we're actually gonna cut this. Drop it right. Add to doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. None of these really work. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna leave it there. 3 generator, being a 3 generator, will take literally no time to get where it needs to go. Input of 3s. Output of 768s. So let's go ahead and add that label. 16. 256. 768s. And now that I have the divider, I can stop destroying things, because what I can just start doing is multiplying up and dividing down by different ways in order to get new stuff. That's going to be my ideal. Having the divider and the subtractor is actually a crazy, crazy buff. So I can't wait to be able to use that. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Notice that my voice gets way nerdier the second I start talking about math. I get so definite because I'm like so particular about it. God, I love being a nerd. Why is this like unironically some of the most fun I've had with a game in forever? Alright, so this will be producing 766s, which we're absolutely getting ahead of the curve on, but I don't really care. At me. There's main. Maneuver through our 3 generators here. And we'll start adding those to me. Alright, let's see what we're doing. Producing the 2s, producing our 3s. 16s are the multiplier is so fast now. Hold on, I don't make that visual. I'm particular about that kind of stuff too. Oh. There we go. 256s are going out. Those are going to clog up a little bit while we wait for our 3s, which are producing very fast as expected. So beautiful. I can't get over it. It's so beautiful. Right here are 768s. So you know what we could totally do? We could oh my god. Let me find a doubler. So here's a doubler. So what we can do is, using a doubler, we could replicate the 4 scenario and loop this. So now, no, where am I? Check this out though. Check this out. So by taking this whole thing, we're now siphoning 2s to create 4s, and then from those 4s, we're also going to be creating more 16s, more 256s, more... Oh my god. Alright, 16... 256. Get a 768. We're gonna start pulling some 3s for that right there, which we can then check this out. We're gonna loop it back through right here. Boom. And now we're generating more 766s from just 2s and 1s. From just 2s and 1s, we're able to generate 766s. That's awesome! Oh my god. I love math! Yeah! Yeah! Do you see this? From 2s and 1s! 2s and 1s! We're creating 766s en masse at the speed of 1.8 per second! I love numbers. I can do it up here again! Well, 4s can only generate 766 with the help of 3s, and 3s you can generate with 1s pretty easily. So I do need an odd and an even, but I can do it. As long as I have an odd number and an even number, it's doable. Look at this, and it's producing so fast that this is able to work efficiently. I could just do this again. I could just do this again. Watch this. Watch this. I have another 2 and a 1 right here. Step 1, make a 3 generator. Where's my 3 generator at? 3 generator, right here. Then create a doubler. Which is right here. With my doubler, and also just, I don't even need to. Then from there, I'm even bothering to do most of this. I can just literally copy paste this whole thing. Let's copy paste first. Actually, start from here. Let's demolish this. Look at this! Look at this beautiful, beautiful thing! Alright, so then let's copy this as well. This is where the subtractor will go. Where my 3 is supposed to intake. My 3s have to come in up there, so that works. And then my input for this will happen right here. And my output for this can happen actually over here. Yeah, can happen this way, so that'll get us closer to main. So let's go ahead and just move up to right there. My 3s are inputting. And then let's latch back onto main. We need our 2s to come from somewhere, so our 2s can come from the same source of 2s right there. And then we can just smack it right into a connection, and that connection leads us back to main. I don't like how far this one goes up, so we're gonna have it zigzag a bit, just to be a bit more aesthetically pleasing. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just enough to be pleasing to you guys. Alright, let's see if this works. Our 2s are going out. Our 3s are generating. Our 4s. I perfectly replicated my other 766 generator, so this should work fine. Going well. Our 256s are moving out now. $768s. Let's follow our 768s. They go up and around. The 2s are all ready to go for the subtraction. Alright, and then a 766. Boom! Alright, that connects directly back to main. Perfect! Alright, sweet. We're actually gonna do another one right here. So that I can do that. That I can divert a little bit of the flow. Sweet! Okay. So now, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Alright. What else do I need to make? Tens, 813s. 813s I can do with 4s. So a 768 generator is so powerful. I can make one right here. Let's actually steal the 768 generator again on another 2. Not easy to do on that, too. Put on this, too, without any issue. So this time it's just going to be a 768 generator, because this whole chunk doesn't need to exist anymore. Well, that piece still does. That's going to be our output. Oops, that's gonna become dangerous later when I accidentally hit that button and go flying away. Okay. So, from here, we need another input of 3s. I don't even need to do a 3 generator at this point, I can just siphon. But actually, let's utilize that 1 as well, just be efficient so that we can utilize everything we have. Generator. A 384 generator? Do I need one? I don't need one yet, but that's a really good point. So I will definitely end up doing that if I need a 368, because I feel like a 368, yeah, you're right, that would be useful. 768 is a big number, and the fact that I can hit it so easily is really nice. Alright, so a 768 generator, I wanted to make an 813. Oh! Let's do an 813, right? An 813 would be easy to do because we can do a doubler on a... where's the doubler? Here's a classic doubler. Okay, this one I need. Okay. Okay, here's a doubler. So this will generate 10s. This will generate 6s. And then we just need to generate straight 5s. For that, I want this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this will be generating 11s. This will be generating 10s. And then up here, we're going to do 1, 2, 3. This will be my 110 generator. We'll then add 110s to 768s to then keep making 878s. We do have an overabundance of 6s, so I can... Is there anywhere I can siphon 1s from? Is 768 that? 768 that? You might be right. If so, cool fun fact. Which means that it's gonna be useful in more ways than I anticipate. Alright, let's see if I can do this without burning up too many 5s. I'm like gremlin hunched over my desk right now. I'm so freaking locked in. Okay. Would I recommend this game to other people? Or is this something only I would enjoy? I think it's a person by person kind of thing. Because it's yeah, it's not exactly. I can totally see someone just being like, what? If you like factory games, I feel like it could be yours. But there's also a fair chance that you're just gonna be like, what is this nonsense? Why would I care? I think it's a very much... I feel like it's very niche, for sure. I would give it a try. It's cheap. It's like $5. Like, if factory games are your shtick, or you really like numbers or optimization, then I think it could be your cup of joe. But I also totally see someone playing this and be like, what? Alright, let's make an additive field over here. Okay. Like, I'm never gonna... I would never be like, oh my god, you need to play this game. This game is so good, you'll absolutely love it, kind of thing. I know better. I mean, think about it, the simplest games most seem to have the kind of most you can get out of it. Like, think of how many people play Candy Crush and Cookie Clicker and whatever. I don't know if people still play those, but I mean, like, when at their peak. Because, like, yeah, like you said, Baron, for a $20 game, you're usually getting less than 20 hours of content. This is, yeah, like, this is something you definitely have to be, you can enjoy. If you enjoy this, then you can definitely get the hours out of this. And if that's worth it to you, then it's good. If you don't care about this at all, totally valid, and that's a wasted $5. But it's also enough of an investment where I feel like most people wouldn't miss the $5. Alright, let's see. 5s are generating. They're generating fast enough to be creating consistent 10s. The 768 is working. We're generating those 11s. The 3s have come down fast enough from the 3 generator. The fact that we're pulling 6s just straight from the extractor means that these 6s are definitely going to be useful somewhere else. And... alright, our 110s are loading. 768s are going in. Sweet! And that should add without an issue. We're going to nearing the end of our 615s. How can we recontextualize our 615s? Add 200, subtract for 813. What else can we do? 151. We could do a 151 if we can take our 50 generator. We have these 200s that are being used to make that. So what if we add 200 to 615 and then subtract 2? That could be an easy remake. And we're taking the 2s from there anyways, so let's set that up. In fact, let's set that up, yeah. This has been quite a long 10 minutes. That's true, yeah. For $5, get 10 minutes of gameplay out of it, that's it. 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is 6 enough? Because we have 6 200 generators, I think so. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing is just adding these 615s directly to here. So we're going to end up pulling from this. I'm not going to do it just yet, but when we do it, this is actually going to be a bit over here. So we can recontextualize all of our, not recontextualize, reuse all of our 615 work directly into 813s. You're referring to, you're gonna slate it. It was 30 minutes ago. At 4 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, I said I'm gonna play for 10 more minutes, and that was 31 minutes ago. Oh my god. Because it's 8:53 or 4:53 an hour for time spent streaming. Woo boy. I know the subtractor is really nice. I haven't got a chance to use the divider yet, but I wanna. I'll find a reason to use the divider. Oh my god, we're 4.1766, 476, 766s a second. My phone actually just alarmed me that it was like, you have 20% left, so I just plugged it back in. When are you deleting the whole factory and starting over? Never. That reminds me I have to save. This is my baby. It's my, this, look at this. It's so cute. Oh, a 4 and a 1. Look at that. 4, 1. I can make another 768 generator. What's another use for a 768 generator? Because the nice thing about a 768 generator is that it creates a baseline to create the rest of these. Like, level 29 is giving me 98888. 768 generator, 766, 852. Actually, that's a good idea. I should do that. 852. 768 plus what? 768. The fact that I can start from 768 is crazy from just 4s. Plus what? 852. It's gonna be a 14. No, so calculator. 52 minus 768. It's gonna be 84. Right? 52 minus 768. Okay. So, with that in mind, how am I gonna generate 84s? What can I do with 2? How can I generate an 84 with just 2s? Because where's my vacant 4? There's my vacant 4. My body is a machine that turns a machine. It turns a machine that turns nothing into 4 into a machine that turns 4 into 768. Do I have enough space for a 768 generator? I do. As long as I do it right. Here. There's my 3 generator. Okay. 768. You're 56. 16. That says 196. Alright, so when producing how goes the number spaghetti, I think pretty well. I turned out, I have now basically a macro to generate 768 between just a 1 and a 4 node. So that's pretty awesome. 768, and now I need to generate an 84 off of something. 84. What can I choose to generate an 84? That's 12 and 7, right? I'm producing so many 6s, so I can take a doubler. There's a doubler. Zach's favorite integer is 768 confirmed. For the time being, I think so, but here's a doubler. So I can use that to generate 12s. And now I need a 7. Is there just anything near here I can use to make a 7? 5 and a 2, that could be easy. I forgot about my little spider 36er over here. I love it. Wait, if you subtract operation, do you have negative numbers as well? Yes, you do. You can make negative numbers, I've done it. Can you multiply 768 times negative 1? Uh-huh. I can make negative 768. I love how excitedly I said that. I barely scratched the surface. I have so many access to so many numbers already. I don't have access to 12s yet, but I have access to 11s. But there's no reason to do that, because I can create 12s so easy. 6, 8, what do I need? I need 7s. Is addition or subtraction a faster operation right now? 0.4, addition is a 0.5. So addition's a faster operation than subtraction. So this will be faster. Additive field. I can actually make this twice as big as usual additive field, so this can be a 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bring that. Is 12 768 divided by 64? And 64s I can generate really easy from the 8s. Oh. And there's a 2. Alright, let's do that, let's do that. Okay, where's my... Let's do a 768 generator, and... There's no reason for me to do that. I'm not gonna... It's so inefficient compared to what I'm trying to do. I'll keep that in mind, though. I'll keep that in mind that 768 over 64 can generate 12. The thing is, it's also good to think about what can be divided, leaving remainders, because I can use remainders from stuff. For my 12s, here's my 7s, so let's make a giant additive field. can make a bigger one, actually. I could go crazy with this, because I'm generating 12s from multiple angles. There's a 7 right over here. Oh! Okay. We're gonna pull from the 7 right over here, and there's a 7 right over there, but we'll worry about that later. So let's make a giant multiplicative field, and we'll make a doubler from this 6 as well. Okay, 12, 12. This multiplicative field needs to be huge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this half, I'll cover with these 12s. And 12s will be Bs. I'll do that all left side. Right side. Have you ever seen someone so genuinely excited about being able to make numbers? Because even every time I realize it, I'm like, what the hell? Okay, perfect. So these 12s, I'll then have go to this side. Also Bs. Gonna be hell to do because I didn't just copy paste it, but I'll live. I don't know if that's what you're feeling, but I don't think you should feel bad about getting out of a game. It's not feeling bad, it's more of I just find it so funny because every so often I notice myself, I'm like, these are numbers. It's a game about numbers. And I'm just like, ah! Alright, now we make the giant additive field for 7s. Oh, that was beautiful. The shimmer effect just went... Okay, we'll copy paste this prong effect. Do that, and we'll copy paste this prong effect. Okay. And then up. Alright. So 5s will just be flooding into this because we're generating a lot of 5s and generating a lot of 2s as well. And I have to do these ones as close as possible, the adders, so that the sums have enough to leave, have enough space to leave. Fun fact right now, I'm standing on one leg and have been for quite a while. Alright, so this is our 7 generators. Or one of our 7 generators. And the rest of the 7s are just going to come directly from a 7 node. So it's going to be pretty fast. So I'm also going to siphon some of those 7s to something else, but I don't know what. I could siphon those 7s to an 8. And then do something with that. I could do like a 72. I could do a 49 times 8. My god, man, put the leg down. But like a fading memory. I'm slowly disappearing into 768s. I'm becoming one with the 768. Which I'm gonna change my Discord status to now, 768. That area code? No, it's a number I learned how to generate from a number game I was playing. Alright, where's my 7s? Where's my 7s? Oh wait, there's a 7 right here. I'm gonna ignore that 6 over there right now, just for right now. The thing is, I still also need to reduce all of these answers, these products. Gonna be hell. He said he was a cat boy, in reality he's a flamingo. Wait a minute. I like pink. I stand on one leg. Uh-oh. Doxing yourself by changing your status to an area code would be wild. It's a really funny idea now. Alright everyone, here's my social security number. It's just a bit, I promise. Alright. What was I even making here? I don't remember what number this was supposed to be. These are 7s. This is a doubler, so it's 12s. These are 84s, right? This is my 84. It looks like a GPU farm. Right, because this was just to add 84s to 768s. What was I trying to make? 852. Okay. Oh, how is this gonna work? Oh wait, that works fine, yeah. Here are the numbers that divide 768. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, 24, 32, 48, 64, 96, 128, 182, 256, and 384. Heck yeah! Thank you. Oh, excuse me. The fact that this game is gonna turn into like base 768 is crazy. I need to save my little GPU farm here. I love that I've pushed up to such a giant scale on this stuff. It's gotten so ridiculous, and this is small potatoes. When you start mining crypto, that comes next. I'm gonna figure out how to make the entirety of Haskell entirely with this game, and then use it to make a real-life crypto farm. Something. I don't know. Alright. This was not even the finished product. This was to make 84s. Now, I need to use this space to make a giant additive field. I'll use this. Like, thankfully, this template already exists, so... And what we're gonna do, we're gonna be pulling 768s from 2 sources for this. I'll need a 3 again, though. Really, I just need any odd number. There's a 3 generator here. A 3 generator is what I call ones now. $768. So, what connects to what? Hold on a minute, where's my inputs from 2s? Inputs from 2s happens here. So one input has to happen here from 768s. And then the other inputs has to come from 84s. Happens over here. That's right. Yes. So then here is the output of 852s. It seems like a way to connect directly to main. Actually, with this, make sure that doesn't cross over anything too substantial. Alright, let's see how we're doing. 12s, 7s, 3s, 7s. Over here, 12s are coming over here, 12s are coming up here, 768s are being generated. I forgot I have another place 768s are supposed to be coming from. That's right up here. Yeah, this is where 768 is supposed to go. Alright, my first 84 has exited. I should be getting a 768 out soon. There's the first 768. 768s, alright. This is gonna take a while to go, but it's a giant processes. Oh my god, look at this 12 generator. Beautiful, beautiful. What's with all these 15s? What are they doing? Oh, they're making 6 15s. Do I have... Oh, because I need to be producing way more 200s here. That's why. Up that 200 production. Oh my god. Oh, I finished 6 15s, so now I can convert my 6 15s right here. Now my 6 15s I can convert into... I feel like I forgot a step. These are going to be producing 6 13s, but I need to be adding 200 to them. That's what I forgot to do. So I can start siphoning some of my 200s. I have no idea where this will get through, but... Siphoning my 200s. We're going to do a 6-prong additive field. Pretty simple. 1, 2, 3, 6. Converting, so the same thing maybe I can do down here. We're almost done. Produce the 15 from this. What is this? 600s are producing here. From a 4 and a 1, I'm producing 600s. I love that. Are we trying to reach a specific number or just mess around with random numbers till we reach 678 faster? No, I am building towards specific things. I have specific requirements, as you can see, if we look right here. The 768s are just... Come to think of it, how useless would a random number generator be in this game? In theory, you just start firing random, huge assortments of numbers until you're delivering things you need. Yeah, let's convert our 615s over here. We're not producing a crazy amount of 200s. What can I do with them then? I could oh, wait, do I need 403 still? How many 403s do I need still? Alright, let's actually change this into a 403 production. By just changing this all we have to do is actually pretty simple. Check this out, it's actually crazy. Actually crazy. This is actually some insane tech. This is like, no, this is a crazy convenient switch. Because I still needed 403s, I can just shift this into, this will make 203s. And then as long as we do this, how am I gonna do this? I need to be generating more 100s. Then make a complete mess of a field, but it's fine. Because all these suckers added to that. And then this right here. Can I do this? Is this valid? I don't think this is valid. It is not valid. Okay. So what we're gonna do then is over here, we're gonna have it kind of loop. You refuse to accept that adder rig is broken. Actually, what I should do is I should have it... I will say I do prefer working on these smaller scales a bit better. 400. 3. All right. Starts shooting out 400s. Oh, that's probably why, is that this wasn't done with a shift. You have to hold shift when you do there we go. Now we're moving. Now we're cooking with portals. Or 400, and I realize, wait a minute, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Oh, okay, I can do this. I just need a space in between them and I'll be good. We cooking? Alright, looks like we're cooking. We're getting those 100s out, 200s. What's happening here? Oh, because this edition is still happening. I don't want that edition to be happening. That's supposed to be happening. Which means we now have some unused 15s. Has your brain trained to activate engineer thoughts whenever this music plays yet? I don't know. I don't know how many hours I have on this game. I'll check at the end of the stream. Look at how fast the 766 is already going up because we prepared for that. Alright, so I have a fair amount of unused 15s now. What can I do with 15s? Let's see. 15s, open up my calculator. Like, oops. So I can make 225, yeah, I know that. What can I do with 225? What do I need to do still? 852s. It looks like I can get rid of my 852s now. I guess I was making those at some point and I didn't realize it. Or did I do my math wrong up here, maybe? Oh no, I've been generating 852s from this. From my farm up here? 26. Oh, yes, that's fine, because we don't need 852s yet. But we're gonna. Oh my god! Look at this! We're generating so many 84s! We're generating so many. There's too many 84s. It can't even set the 84s up. I'll divert some of them. I'll see what I can do. Just to move things along. It's all clogged. Oh my god. Alright, so I have unused 15s now. I'm still generating 6 15s from this. How am I making 600s here? What could I convert a 600 to in easily? Ugh. These 3s, these 4s. Are 59 still valid? They are. How much longer though? Still longer. I could turn this 3 generator into a 4 generator, because the only thing these 3s funnel to is here. pop all these out. And then we'll... So this will generate 4s. We'll do 4s times 200, but instead of adding 15s... Where are these 15s coming from? Generating 815. 813 would be valid. I can actually... no, because I have a 2 generator from there. Could I be siphoning off some of my 2? This. Should I do an extra addition of 2? How's grad school, by the way? Genuinely curious now that I started taking education more seriously. So, I feel like I don't know if I've said this clearly before. I haven't started just yet. I'm starting, early 2026. Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Very excited. I am. I'm very nervous, but yeah. You didn't know about the GRE until last week. I'm applying to grad schools this year. How cooked am I? The GRE in a lot of grad schools is not required anymore. It used to be a required thing. Now it is no longer required in most places. So I don't know if that makes things feel better or worse for you, but yeah. Yeah, in the GRE generally is not a requirement to get into grad school anymore. It's sometimes a requirement for PhD programs. If you're doing a master's, then it's not as big of a deal. Here's my 2. Because that's what I'm going for, is my master's. I'm going for a master's, but I'm also doing a thesis. So it's, in some ways, it's kind of grad school level. It's a PhD, unfortunately. In some cases, it's like, oh, sorry, 800s. It's required a lot of the programs I'm looking for. That makes sense. Unfortunate, but... So... I've taken the GRE, and I was not a big fan, I'll be honest. I did not like the testing format. But... It's... I think worse for some people than for others. What is happening here? Oh, the 403s literally can't get in. Too many 852s coming through. That's rough. Which one that's multiple choice said she liked it, and always said, no, it is. It is. But the thing about it is it's also timed. And because it's multiple choice, that also means there's no such thing as partial credit. There's no partial credit. It is just you have to get it right. And a lot of the stuff you're looking at conceptually. And so that can be good, that can be bad, but it's in a lot of cases it's like a minute per question kind of thing, which is rough, if even a minute per question. If I remember, I think I, funny enough, did the math, and I think it was like, I think for mine there was like 70 seconds per question, if even. Yeah, that was rough. Two minutes per question, that's good. Maybe that's what it was, but yeah, so honestly, I did not do great. I did not do very well on my first GRE. Or my first GRE. When I took the GRE, I did not do great. I did bad, in fact. I did worse than the practice tests I had done. And I had started feeling pretty confident about the practice test, but no, I kind of bombed it. Which is unfortunate. I think if I were to do it again this year, I would do better, but it's also a lot of money. I also have like publication stuff under my belt and my own work that I can stand by, and so with that in mind, I like, and I have some really good references. I have some really good what are they called? Reference letters. Letters of recommendation. That's what it is. So it's like I have really good people behind me. Yeah. Am I still producing 615s from here? Oh, I should mention that these are getting converted to 813s. Is everything I'm producing useful? Yep. The only thing that's not is 852s. You get 2 things under review for publication. The journal accepted them, but they're being reviewed. Yes, yes, that's good. That's good. That is good. That is definitely A+. That's more than enough in a lot of places. 18s are now useless. 18s are coming from up. I know where they're coming from. 18s are coming from up. I just got an achievement for delivering 48 numbers per second. Speaking of, I didn't actually do any of my studying today. I want to. It's funny. It's not tech. Oh my god, another one? Not exactly an acronym, but I have a phrase where my 18's coming from. Is this the only place they're coming from? That I've been using as sort of like a mentality that is missile viper, and this game has achievements? Heck yeah, it does. Excuse me. And so it's a requirement for me to hit like a number of things per day. And I got up kind of late, so I didn't have time to study today. And since I started stream earlier, I didn't have a lot of time to study today, but I'll live. I have an unused 3 generator right here. What? I have 29s. Do 29s just come from here? It's like a... Yes, this is where my 29 generator. My 19 generator. Oh, I never actually labeled it, but this is a 29 generator. Here's my other 29 generator. I have another one. I'll use the 29s for something else. Look at how much it sparkles. What's the game called again? Beltmatic. I love that it's starting like the way it does kind of look like a CPU or something. So the place I have to look out for is getting really backed up, like here. It's moving though. This stuff isn't moving. You're a merchant or knowledge merchant? You're here to grant me knowledge. Oh boy. I'm curious, what's the dose of knowledge you're here to grant? Is it just a dose? Oh, Motion Engine? That game freaking, or that song is awesome. Don't worry, I know it. Alright, so what can I use my 29s for? Am I still producing 18s from somewhere? 18s, they're also producing from this line, which comes from up here. Oh, this, yes, I forgot about this. This is like a super small 18. Are these 10s going to anything else? They're not. Let's save that. Alright. Hold on a minute. Wait, where are 29s? Hold on. Where's my calculator? 522 is 29 by 18, so I could utilize both of those maybe, but what do I still need? 3322 and 816. Actually, 29 times 18 times 6 is 3132 plus 290 could get me somewhere. Or plus 190? Okay, write that down. 29 times 18 times 6 plus 190 is 332. If you play Motion Engine, you will grant me a valuable piece of knowledge. All those numbers divide 768? Sure, I'll play a Motion Engine. That's how I'll end stream, you know what? Because it's already been almost 6 hours and I was planning to finish up. So I can end stream with that. I can end stream by playing a Motion Engine. That's a good idea. Thank you for the free idea. Alright, share with me, Louise. What is your valuable piece of knowledge? Standing there tonight. This feeling that I can't describe. Let this feeling grow, grow, grow. Should we let this feeling grow? You're freeloading wisdom. This feeling, I see you standing there tonight with an open heart. Tell me why. Google something. That's a dumb joke. Well played. And with that, I will go to ending screen. Thank you all for watching. I've been Poisson Invariance, your VTuber, math lover, gamer, and nonsense enjoyer. And I will see you all tomorrow? I think I have a Minecraft stream? I don't know. But thank you for watching, and bye-bye! Wanna break up, gotta give up. Give it up on your own game. Star-crossed, lovely star-crossed. Oh, I'm not muted.